autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. In this model, we found several that began with a grant, usually from Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And then they decided to continue after the grant ended by self-funding. They agreed upon an amount that each partner would pay, and that went toward paying for the collaboration manager and for other resources. And we state in the report that this is a promising path forward for collaborations that begin with an initial grant and want to continue after. So the final model is ongoing and integrated. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing collaboration, where organizations are sharing resources at the level of the organization. This model is not yet very common, but we do see it as a really innovative way of addressing some of the challenges of the local media landscape. Editorial hiring and promotion decisions are made completely independently, but they share an ad network, a proprietary platform, or accounting services, or sometimes all three. Collaborations using this model find that sharing back office services creates efficiencies and allows them to hire professionals to do this work, which are usually not the strong suit of journalism. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing and integrated collaborations are not for the faint of heart. You have to be willing to cede control of major aspects of the operation. Those who have taken the plunge do find that the benefits outweigh the costs. Ongoing and co-creating. Ongoing and integrated. Temporary and separate. And co-creating. Autonomy and editorial independence. And with that, I will introduce introduce our panel. Our moderator will be the center's director, Stephanie Murray.
Equity and equitable partnerships. We talk a lot about diversity. We talk about different ways of addressing this right here. A word that I think we tend to forget about a lot is power. The human species and to replicate power structures.
Everywhere, 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 everywhere,
extractive nature of journalism. It's never about what is getting done, what can be done, and that's what our community wants to know. We know we're oppressed, and I call it, sometimes I say, there's something that we in journalism sometimes fall into this trap, I call it duh journalism, where it's kind of like, hey, guess what's happening in your community? And the people who've been living it are kind of like, yeah, we know. We want to go beyond just you telling us what the problem is, to being able to think about what some of the solutions are. For us to be able to have time and space to think through who we're going to partner with to make our work as impactful and meaningful as possible. Different folks bring different things to the table, bring different needs, and want to participate. It's just a matter of us saying, okay, where are you at, and how can we support that work? Power is everywhere.
Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere.
the fight around media I've always seen as like the invisible war. What we're fighting for is not just about breaking glass ceilings or diversity of ownership, but actually lifting the floor for everyone. The easiest way to deal with disinformation is to strengthen local news. The answer isn't just to tell them, oh, you know, don't believe the disinformation campaigns. It's to like fix the systems. I feel like in this particular space I'm preaching to the choir because I'm not going to necessarily say something that feels different to you guys. But like, it's always shocking to me when I go into a lot of spaces how much people don't think of the importance of local advocacy. Like, I feel like people say they're about it, and then when you want to have the conversation about it, they're kind of like, but what if it's unfair? What if it's like whatever? And it's just kind of like, I don't want to be flippant about saying we should just do it, but I don't know. Stop fucking around and just do it. Do it.
My name is Evan Sanchez. I'm a local entrepreneur and Atlantic City resident. I'm here with Ali Nunzi and Mike Rispoli to talk about stories of Atlantic City. So why Atlantic City? Atlantic City has suffered from what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie calls the danger of a single story. When people think of Atlantic City, they all too often think of just one story: casinos. And while the casinos are a part of our story, it's far too narrow and has led to a limited understanding of our city, both locally and beyond. Atlantic City is a microcosm of the world, filled with schools where 40 languages are spoken, natural beauty like our free beaches, and a wonderfully rich history that includes a legendary jazz legacy. It is true that we have problems of all cities: poverty, homelessness, addiction, and more. But with a population under 40,000, it means we have an incredible opportunity to be a hub for experimentation, to solve the problems that are facing all places in a very small place. Many of us felt that our stories, the real ones, the messy ones, the important ones, weren't being amplified. Proud to say that the movement started that night has surfaced and spotlighted previously untold, important Atlantic City specific stories through the Stories of Atlantic City initiative. The work must continue because Atlantic City is so much more than just a casino city. It is diverse, it is beautiful, it has the potential to solve big problems and once again become a world-class city. But only if we change the story.
Understand is what was missing. I'm sure if your newsroom asked you to take time out and foster caring, genuine relationships with people of the community, you would probably have a challenging time finding a few extra minutes, even in your most well-intended day. That's where people like myself, the non-journalists, come in. It's crucial that we encourage you to identify key partners that already have established trusting relationships with people in the community. People know me, people know my team, and people know that they can trust us. We're here today to point out the not so obvious. The forgotten folks that have been raising their families in these neighborhoods for generations. The people that care for their neighbor even when the city seemingly doesn't. The people championing their environment with every card stacked against them. People that promote the human spirit even when basic needs aren't even being met. It takes a depth of courage, humility, and vulnerability, not only to see, but to listen for what's really going on, beyond the obvious, beyond the biases that you may have about your own community. What we learned when we leaned in a bit more in our own city is that people take care of other people. So my question to you is, can you identify key partners that you might work with as an access to more authentic conversations in your community? What we know is that our words create our worlds. The stories we tell and what we tell our children is what they live into. We're accountable for better stories that share the fullness of who we are.
Really different than what a lot of collaborations in journalism look like. This was something that was led by the community and not the newsroom. As someone who is a former journalist and is now a community organizer, I think that there's a lot of things that journalists who are interested in doing collaborations can learn from organizers. Your success is your community's success, and if you want to be successful, you need to work with people and get as many stakeholders invested in collective success and justice. Even if you're a journalist, even if you find it challenging and maybe a little uncomfortable, your future depends on collaborating with the community. And we need to stop thinking about the community as a liability. Instead, your community is your greatest asset. You know, if anything, community newsroom collaborations strengthen journalism, and it makes it more reflective of the democracy that it's supposed to uphold. Criticize your work, call the community in and activate them. If you're tired of feeling overworked, that you don't have enough time to find all those rich stories out there, call the community in and activate them. If you're tired of feeling that the public just doesn't understand the value of journalism and what you do, call the community in and activate them. What's exciting about community newsroom collaborations like this, like the Stories of Atlantic City project, is that the community stops just being news consumers, instead they're constituents for local journalism. Thank you.
I'm Danielle Purefoy, and I'm the Race and Place editor at Scalawag. I don't have slides today, but I'm just going to give you a bit of a story about our collaboration. Scalawag is a 5-year-old magazine and media organization headquartered in Durham, North Carolina, devoted to journalism and storytelling that illuminates dissent, unsettles dominant narratives, pursues justice and liberation, and stands in solidarity with marginalized people and communities across the South. And today I'm going to talk with you a little bit about one of our collaborative projects with a writer who is currently incarcerated on death row in North Carolina. So about 4 years ago, a former editor of Scalawag approached our team about a writing workshop he was facilitating with death row prisoners at Raleigh's Central Prison. One of the participants, Lyle May, had already written a memoir and was seeking an opportunity to write more for the public. Specifically, he wanted to write about the problems with the education and parole policies in North Carolina's prison system. Lyle was sentenced to death in 1999 at 21 years old. He told me that prison was where he grew up, where he decided to pursue his education as he goes through the decades-long appeals process to be released from prison. Death row prisoners in North Carolina do not have access to publicly funded education. Unlike the general prison population, they are deemed unworthy of such privileges. The resources are considered wasted on them. Of the 140 men currently on death row, Lyle is one of the only prisoners who has attained an advanced degree while incarcerated. In his 2016 essay for Scalawag, he said, quote, "There needed to be something more than the poison of prison air, that lethal combination of hatred, bitterness, and ignorance that rots mind, body, and soul." Granted, he faces another grim possibility, life without parole. Lyle views it as simply another way to make prisoners disposable. His 2018 essay with us, Life Without Parole, A Silent Execution, is still one of Scalawag's best circulating articles and is now taught in courses on criminal justice reform at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and has been taught in a writing seminar at Duke University. Scalawag's collaboration with Lyle has been fruitful for us both. The dozen or so essays he's written for us have led to invitations for university lectures, writing opportunities for major education media outlets like Inside Higher Ed, radio and podcast interviews, and most recently, he had an interview with CNN's medical correspondent Sanjay Gupta about the impacts of COVID-19 in prisons. He carries Scalawag's name with him to all of these venues, and we see the impacts in our increased traffic to our website and engagement with our overall work. Every couple of months, I take the 45-minute drive from Durham to Raleigh to visit Lyle at Central Prison. Every time, I have to leave everything but my keys and photo ID in my car. I walk through an automatic door to a room that is empty, except for a glass case detailing the celebratory history of the prison and a wall lined with Central Prison t-shirts, sold as souvenirs to tourists. The elevator takes me to the row of cell rooms, and I always find Lyle in one of them, grinning and ready for our 2-hour conversation. We talk about everything: life inside, life outside, his writing projects, his classes, how thumb drives work. The last time I visited Lyle, before the pandemic shut down all visitation privileges, he told me that the $500 check he received from Scalawag for his last story on how prisons routinely violate freedom of the press was the largest paycheck he'd received in his life. He is 42 years old. Our team has learned many lessons throughout our collaboration with Lyle and other prisoners, but this is one of the most important. Though we are committed to paying all of our writers, Lyle helped us realize that paying incarcerated writers in particular has exponential impacts on their ability to both survive and to keep speaking truth to power. Thank you.
Oh, stop. Figure something else out. We started playing around a lot in Airtable. Airtable, collaboration, community engagement. Oh, stop. We are absolutely still learning every single day. Every single day. Airtable, every single day. Airtable, every single day. It grew from this desire to, write the instruction manual while we were also building and flying the plane, making our learnings as useful to other people as possible. Whatever your commitment or investment in building structures and workflow and process is, just double down on it. Double down on it. Double down on it. Every single day. Every single day.
So now that you've all come with me this far, I've got just a bit of a confession to make. This talk is not going to be about City Bureau. We're going to talk about power. Yours, ours, collectively, and how we use it. What we mean is that power is the ability to produce intended effects. Power is the ability to employ force. Power is the ability to cause or prevent change. Controversial opinion, maybe, in a room full of journalists. But in journalism, another word for power is impact. As journalists, we have a lot of power. We sometimes talk around it. We sometimes disguise it beneath objectivity. But what we do as journalists is influence and change society for better or for worse. Fortunately, power is infinite. I'm going to repeat this a few times, so I want to just unpack it a bit and take a step back. Eric Liu writes about this in his book, You're More Powerful Than You Think. It's the Fundamental Laws of Power. The first is that power concentrates, as does powerlessness, as does impact. The second is that power justifies itself. It creates narratives to explain why the people who have power should keep that power. Fortunately, we have this third law. There is no limit on the amount of power citizens can generate. I want to just unpack it a bit and take a step back. Is another word for power because impact is the ability to produce intended effects. When your story prompts a plot hole to be fixed, or a financial audit of the government, or the mayor to be fired for corruption, or the president to be impeached, someone working on that? That's impact right there. Engagement is a growing field in journalism that many of us here practice. I've been hearing a lot about it today and really loving the conversations I've been hearing. The core tenets of engagement can be described in many ways, but one of my favorites is that it builds relationships with people formerly known as the audience. Engagement can lead to a variety of positive outcomes, like social media engagement, listener-driven questions, attendance at your events, relationships between the newsroom and the public, among many, many others. Equipping, however, is about agency. It's about providing access opportunities for participation and production. Equipping is about teaching and interactive learning. It's about exchanging skills and resources. It is a redistribution of power between institutions and individuals. And it scares the hell out of people in power, for good reason. Equipping is recognizing that there is no cap on the amount of power people can create. Power is infinite. Recognizing that power, the power that people already have, and providing access to resources that build power in the public. The difference here is pretty key. With the portals that equip, your community causes the mayor to be fired.
There we go. Damn, when those lights turn on, it's like, oh, blinding. But I guess you all can see me, right? Okay, so we've got folks trickling in. We have folks outside, but we want to get going because we got a full agenda today. We have so much to talk about, and a few things that I want to do some housekeeping on. Of course, if you haven't been here yesterday, I'm Stephanie Murray. I'm the director of the Center for Cooperative Media at Montclair State University, and I am so glad to have you here today. We should be having a full house pretty soon as folks start to trickle in and get here. Because we have about 40 more people that signed up for today from yesterday, so it'll be a good crowd. A few things is that, and I hate to say this, but we're not supposed to have like coffee drinks in here. So, and I was guilty of it too yesterday. I brought my tea and carried it around. So the event staff just wanted me to let you know, drink your coffee and then take it outside, just because we're worried about spillage. So that's one thing. Another thing, Rachel Glickhouse wanted me to mention, and you probably already noticed that the air quality is pretty crappy outside because of the wildfires. So especially if you're like going to take a walk or go for a run or something, you might consider wearing a mask, just because we want to keep you all healthy. And Rachel works at GRIST, which is a climate nonprofit. And so I told her I would mention that. Make sure you get your lunch vouchers. We've got a limited number of each, and if you want any personal recommendations, I'll give you some because I had a great sandwich yesterday. Lunch will be the same sort of thing. We're gonna, go next door and get lunch during the lunch break. One note about the session today is that after our 1 p.m. session, after 2 o'clock, we are done in here, and we will be upstairs for workshops. And we have some really amazing workshops. Check out your program this afternoon. And so we will be done in here at 2, upstairs for workshops, and then don't forget we have the party at Hotel Hive tonight. It's called the Hive Bar. We will be mostly on the rooftop. And we also have some overflow space. And that's going to be a lot of fun because it's our closing reception and it's the opening reception for INN. So you'll be able to meet some new friends. And that is sponsored by Democracy Fund, which we're so, so thankful for. Also, one note, and we might talk about this later, but if you don't know about Women Do News, you should check them out. We just put some items, some paraphernalia about them out there, and I grabbed a cool sticker. It's an effort to get more women recognized, women journalists recognized on Wikipedia, because there's lots of men, lots of white men, but not as many of the really notable and amazing women journalists, so you should check that out. And with that, let's get started with today's program. So I am so thankful for our sponsors, and we've been talking about them throughout the conference. And this is a new sponsor for the Collaborative Journalism Summit, which I was so excited about. So I would like to welcome Vera Chan to the stage from Microsoft to tell you more about Microsoft Start.
Thank you. I could not resist putting the t-shirts to start off the slide and I was a little disappointed you guys didn't have a store. So I guess I have to get it online. But yes, thank you. We're very excited to be sponsoring this session for the first time. I'm happy to be giving this lightning talk first thing in the morning. I just want to say hello. By the way, that's me doing fabulous things. And I am with the publisher products team. Yes, my team is also called the Partner Happiness and Growth Team, no pressure at all. I've been in the journalism business since the 20th century. I'm a J School graduate. I don't know if the other a Berkeley J School graduate, I met one yesterday. At any rate, and I've been with, I'm involved in a lot of products besides being on the publisher products team, working with like LinkedIn and the Democracy Forward team, which I'll mention later on, and Microsoft 365 for journalists. I know that I've talked to Stockton University folks about that already, so if you have questions about that, I'm happy to talk about it. But in general, right, Microsoft's mission, you might have heard of our motto, might not, but it's empower every person, every person and every organization on the planet to do more. And part of that is supporting journalism. And Brad Smith, our president, in 2020 on LinkedIn, released the top 10 policy initiatives for the decade. Journalism was in the top. And I'm very happy about that again, because I've been in the business and, had my first buyouts at something called Knight Ridder. And they recently relaunched that team, the Democracy Forward team, who will be at INN Days, by the way, a journalism hub that connects to many programs that might be a benefit to you guys. Again, some of the programs I mentioned, some things like Microsoft Philanthropy that has, grants for nonprofits. So do look in. We tend to be kind of discreet about our many offerings because probably we have too many, so please do check it out. But one of the things that I did want to talk about is Microsoft Start. What is Microsoft Start? It's basically MSN, right? Microsoft has been in the publishing business one way or another since like the mid-1990s when they pushed out CDs, mailed CDs of Windows, and there was something called Microsoft Network in there. That was the first offerings of news from publishers, and we partners with publishers from the get-go and do an ad revenue share. And so we've moved up, we pushed out Microsoft Start because we did something like personalized feeds, right? And I can talk about that a little bit later. But what that basically means is instead of just a traditional portal like MSN, we can push out news and information through various surfaces like the Bing app, you might have heard of it, the Windows devices, there's about a 1 billion, Outlook and things like that. So it just really, we have 500 million monthly active users around the world, and there's a 1 billion Windows devices, so there's an expansion of the audience, and so we wanted to be able to kind of reopen and join our network of, at the time, 4,500 partners, 1,200 partners representing 4,500 brands, and that was in October 2020. We've grown since then, especially targeting independent, freelancers and local newsrooms. And that's still an initiative that we have, is to really focus on local news. And I am really happy that we're able to look into diversifying the platform and giving opportunities that had been afforded to sort of larger companies. And part of the ways to do that was to, change the way we did contracts and change the way that we did sign-ons. And we even have a WordPress plugin. And I know that we've got some Microsoft Start partners here. Chloe from Bay City News. Actually, if you go to the Microsoft 365 for Journalists website, you're going to see her prominently displayed, and she rhapsodizes about data journalism. So hit her up for some tips. So if you guys, of course, we do have a queue and we're still in beta, but we still really want more newsrooms and individuals, if you're a freelancer or whatnot, to, reach our audience. And it is ad revenue share. We are always experimenting with new things like support and lead generation and things like that. So, we want to get to a place where you can just set it and forget it and just be part of your distribution plans, be part of your syndication plans. So, we license the content, we combine and curate it to an aggregate audience around the world, and then we drive the audience. It's on us to drive the audience engagement and monetization. And again, hopefully you just set it and forget it, and don't do anything too naughty. This will be in future newsletters. We'll have some more information, but basically aka.ms/start publishing is our short link. You don't have to memorize it, but you'll get it. You'll join a queue. It's been popular, so we're processing the applications. We do have a user guide, so you can see what it's like. Just come to the sites and yeah, and then you just join. So I hope you guys will consider it as part of the, to further your reach, and also just to bolster and diversify the voices of journalism in Microsoft and for our audiences. Thank you. Oh, by the way, we still have cooling towels. They are made from post-consumer bottles, and they can be recycled in some communities, as well as some notebooks. So please, feel free to bring one home.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Vera. Yes, and we will get more information about Microsoft Start to everyone who's attending the conference, because content distribution is a big deal for collaboratives and for independent, hyperlocal, nonprofit news organizations. The cooling towels are amazing, by the way. I might take two, don't tell anybody. And I'm actually, it's funny, I was using one of your notebooks this morning too. Thank you. All right, so next up, I would like to welcome Ella Enzi to the stage to tell us more about URL Media, which is one of the most innovative collaborative startups in the last few years in the United States. And so Ella, come on up.
Thank you, Stephanie. That was super sweet of you. I appreciate it. My name is Ella Enzi. I'm the Director of Operations for URL Media, and super happy to be here with you all today and kick off one of the first sessions of day 2. This is my first time participating in this conference. But I'm not new to DC. Stephanie was asking me the other day if I was familiar with DC and if I felt comfortable getting here to campus, and I told her that my brother is a GW alum. I did not tell her that all of my memories of being here on campus or as a preteen, doing all of those younger sibling duties of carrying boxes and helping my brother move up and down the steps in and out of dorms. So super happy that she graciously invited me to speak about URL, and I'm able to be here in a professional setting as opposed to doing physical work. So as I mentioned, I work for URL Media, and here to just speak with you all today, give you a background of who we are as a company, how we've organically grown over the past few years, and also just give you a glimpse into what we have in store for the future. Okay. So URL stands for Uplift, Respect, and Love, and we are a for-profit network of Black and Brown community media organizations, and all of the community media outlets in our network provide trusted, reliable information on their platforms, and they also have direct relationships with their audiences. So our mission as a network is to support our partners and provide them the ability to amplify and scale their work to reach more audiences, have the ability to content share, and also expand their revenue streams through our shared advertising model. As a company, URL is a self-sustaining business, and we receive revenue through primarily 3 sources: grants and philanthropy, the shared advertising model, and also through our B2B recruitment arm that specializes in BIPOC candidate placement, executive coaching, professional development resources, and more. So I think it's important to just give you a little bit of background on who we are. Our co-founders, Sarah Lomax and Mitra Kalita, were recently featured in Oprah Daily's Women Who Start Things series. Thank you. Super huge moment. We're super excited for that. Discussing the founding of URL, pretty big deal. And the idea of URL came days after the murder of George Floyd. Sarah and Mitra had initially met in 2018 during the Media Transformation Challenge while I was still at Harvard. And in the height of the 2020 racial protests, there was an article that came out about mainstream media and issues of racism in their top ranks. And Mitra picked up the phone and called Sarah and said, we have to do something. What can we do? We're tired of seeing this. This is the moment. We need to be agents of change and disrupt those power structures. And in doing so, they realized that there are so many high-performing Black and brown media organizations that are out there that are doing excellent work. They've been doing excellent work for decades, yet these companies are doing this without the recognition, with lack of resources, and without support. So I just want to pause and take a moment for that, because it's very powerful, right? So rather than starting a new digital media company, they had this idea that if we come together as a collective, we can have greater scale and greater impact. And a couple of the fundamental things that they had aligned on early on in their relationship is that they believed in the power of community media. They wanted to serve Black and brown people, and they wanted to disrupt these power structures. So as a network, they were able to address these issues of scarcity and lack of representation by allowing the partners in our network to share their content, amplify each other's work across platforms, and also share revenue in order to build greater sustainability for BIPOC media. And by doing so, this idea of coming together, they would be able to have more influence, greater impact, and take back the power, in a sense. So when we launched in 2021, we started out with eight initial partners. Scroll, TBN24, WURD Radio, Palabra, Epicenter NYC, The Haitian Times, Scalawag, and Documented. And these 8 initial partners, Sarah and Mitra frequently refer to as, the friends and family. These publishers had personal relationships with Sarah and Mitra and really believed in their vision of beginning to create this network, and also, embrace this mentality of test and learn. We're starting this new network. We are going to continue to grow and learn. And we started out with just distributing and sharing content with each other in the network. And it's also important to note that 2 of the 8 initial partners are Sarah and Mitra's other media ventures. Mitra is the publisher of Epicenter NYC, and Sarah Lomax is the president of WURD Radio, which is Philadelphia's only talk rock radio station. And I think you all heard from Ashanti Martin, who is their general manager yesterday. And I point out that they also have outlets that are within our network because it's extremely important that they're able to wear both hats. As the co-founders of URL, they're able to understand both sides of the business. Being publishers, they understand some of the struggles and daily challenges that partners within our network are facing, and they're able to bring that lens in our approach of how we continue to chart the path forward of URL and what we where we place our focus and what we have in store for the future. Since launch, we've now grown to 20 partners. And our expansion has been a combination of outlets reaching out to us and also our team casting a wider net beyond the personal relationships that we initially started out when beginning URL. And in doing so, we're continuing to reach out and do our research to get a pulse on what outlets are high performing, those that are producing great content, and reaching out to them and providing education on URL and how we can best support them and why it might make sense for them to consider a partnership in our network. A lot of that starts with relationship building as we continue to expand our reach, and we anticipate being at hopefully 30 to 35 partners by year end. This just gives you a glimpse into our collective audience reach. We are multi-platform and multilingual, and this shows you some of the platforms which our partners are providing content. When we launched URL, we were around 8 million in collective audience reach, and we have now grown and tripled our audience, where we are currently at over 22 million. And this includes both URL direct audiences as well as audiences across our partners' platforms. So what has been our process for expansion? We're still at 20 partners, so while we have grown tremendously in the number of partners that we've brought on, and as well as our collective audience, we are still small enough where we can really take our time and be intentional about how we grow our network. I joined URL in March of 2021, and one of my responsibilities has been to oversee the growth of our network and how we establish processes for potential partners that are both inbound inquiries and ones that we are reaching out to for a potential fit. The very first step, whether it's a potential partner that's reaching out to us or we are doing outreach, we have a potential partner survey, and that really allows us to understand each outlet and get a better understanding of what their business model may look like. So some of the questions that we are asking, First and foremost, we want to make sure that they are BIPOC owned, operated, or led. We have both for-profit and non-for-profit partners in our network, so we ask that question to make sure that we are aligned and it makes sense for them to be a part of the network that we are building. Other questions that we're asking are, what are the revenue streams? We want to make sure that partners within our network are sustainable. We, as URL, are here to be an additive. We want to uplift existing high-performing outlets. We are not meant to be a lifeline to them. We want to make sure that if they are a partner in our network, that they are stable and have the staff and resources in place where we can be most helpful to them. So sometimes when we have these conversations with early stage outlets, we're just starting to build that relationship and continue to keep in touch and monitor their progress, and may revisit the conversation later on when it makes sense for them to join our network. So outside of the revenue model, we're looking to see what is their diversity of their staff, what does their staffing structure look like? Do they have dedicated staff for editorial? Do they have staff and possible resources in place if they were to participate in advertising campaign? We want to know what their audience demographics look like. What is their audience reach? What is the makeup of their audience? What is their publishing frequency? And how often are they publishing original content? And then once we receive those results, we do an internal review with our team before I set up an exploratory conversation. And in that exploratory conversation, I make sure that I include our editorial director and our VP of advertising in those conversations. Sometimes Sarah and Mitra will join, but I think what's really important is that we continue to build relationships outside of executive leadership, because it takes a team in order to be able to execute. And I want to make sure that partners I say partners because my colleagues are considered my partners, but I want to make sure that my colleagues are also beginning to get face time with these publishers and starting to build relationships, because that's also important when they're reaching out if they potentially do join our network. And I also may include our recruitment team depending on the needs of the particular publisher, if they say that they need help with a potential search, because one of the benefits of being in our network is that we do provide discounted recruiting services to our partners. From an editorial perspective, our editorial director, when looking at a potential partner, they are looking to see, how can URL incorporate this potential partner's content within the network. So. When we started URL, we were publishing about once a week with our Friday newsletter, which is a weekly roundup of the top stories in our that our partners are reporting on. And we've since grown to publishing 5 times a week and added new verticals. So our editorial team is constantly assessing what is our URL partners' coverage. What are the topics that they are speaking about most on a consistent basis, and having a sense of what could this potential partner, what gaps can they fill in coverage? And as I mentioned, we are continuing to grow our URL direct products. So not just thinking now, but thinking ahead in terms of what are the opportunities to collaborate and integrate this potential partner's content within what we have planned for URL direct products. From an advertising perspective, it's extremely helpful if a potential partner has experience in past advertising campaigns, or has the staff and capability and resources to be interested in participating in advertising. We do have some partners that are solely interested in recruitment or solely interested in content sharing, but those that are interested in advertising are willing to work up and have future plans of adding sales staff. We want to make sure that they are set up for success. We do have an advertising team that is essentially the go-between the client and our partners, and there is a level of hand-holding with some of our partners, but we do want to make sure that there is a fundamental baseline, and they have some basic understanding of running advertising campaigns, as well as having an interest in new activations across more platforms. And then finally, from an advertising perspective, this idea of rising tides lifts all boats, right? So we want partners that are willing to bring their contacts to the table. With this network approach, I mentioned on a previous slide that we've since grown our collective audience to 22 million. So by a partner bringing a contact to the table, that allows for a larger advertising deal, and it's a win-win for both the partner that brings the contact to the table, as well as for the entire network, because we're able to upsell. And then once we've made the decision for a partner to join our network, the real work starts there. So we want to make sure that during that onboarding process that we are setting up meetings with departmental staff in editorial and advertising to make sure that our team and their counterparts are really connecting, so that takes some of the pressure off of the publisher, right? There's so many times where publishers feel that they're overstretched, and as I mentioned, as we continue to grow, it's a lot about relationship building, and we want to make sure that our partners and their staff really understand URL and the benefit of URL. So we want to make sure that a partner being on our network, that is an extension beyond the publisher. So that's super important, and as we have our onboarding process, we want to make sure that we're getting the face time and setting up those meetings and continuing to nurture the relationship, because that honestly helps make collaboration more seamless when our team is reaching out to these partners and seeing how they can support them, or they may have an ask. It's a lot easier to get an email answered or a phone call answered if it's not a cold outreach, and that they are familiar with what we do and they have buy-in and see the value in what URL can offer for them. So in 2 years since launch, we've grown tremendously in all areas of our business, and I just want to highlight some of our successes and ways that we've proven that our model works. So we, as I mentioned, have added new products and are now up to publishing 5 times a week. We've tripled our collective network audience reach. We've delivered hundreds of thousands of dollars to our network partners through advertising campaigns. We've broadened our recruitment services now to expand beyond media, and we're now entering into corporations and nonprofits as well. We've hosted free professional development webinars to over 100+ candidates in the wake of the mass layoffs to help prepare them, and whether that's helping them with their LinkedIn or a resume revamp, how to prepare for an interview. We want to make sure that we are providing services to candidates and helping them prepare for what's next. We've helped partners get national attention on news stories such as the assassination of Haiti's president or the working conditions of poultry farmers. And another example would be how Black patients may prepare differently for doctor's visits. And then finally, we have a show, Meet the BIPOC Press, which airs on 200+ PBS affiliate stations, and that allows us to tell our stories from a unique lens, and we'll frequently invite partners within our network to be guest panelists on our show, and that not only provides exposure for their outlet, but also allows them to participate and provide their unique perspective as well. So just want to talk a little bit about our next phase of growth. We have an ambitious plan over the next 3 years and how we want to scale our company. On the screen, just going to share with you a few of those. First, we want to scale our network to 100+ partners over the next 3 years. And in doing so, we want to keep in mind that as we grow, we also want to support our partners' growth and support our partners' audience growth. Right now, we want to pursue more national and international partnerships. A lot of the partners that we have in our network are concentrated in New York, New Jersey. We have some in California, and we're beginning to expand, and we want to make sure that the partners within our network are more representative of the entire US. And we also want to begin to test international partnerships and see how our model may work on an international scale. Third, we realize that as we continue to grow, we need to expand our advertising sales capacity. We intend to bring on more advertising sales account executives, advertising coordinators, in order to bring more money back to our partners. More staff means that we're able to meet the volume of advertising opportunities and put more money back into our partners' pockets. For editorial, we want to broaden the scope of our editorial team and build capacity in the areas of curation. We are now beginning to introduce a video strategy for URL and our partners' content. And we also want to begin to venture into virtual and live events. And the last one, obviously, as we grow, we realize that we need to strengthen our tech infrastructure and transform some of our tech capabilities. We'll soon be launching a new website by the end of this summer, and as we grow, we're seeking tech solutions to streamline and optimize our content sharing, and also find some solutions for our advertising operational workflow. These are our all-star leaders, our co-founders of URL. As I mentioned, they also have outlets within our network. Mitra is a former SVP at CNN Digital. Sarah is the owner and president of WURD Radio. They have obviously veteran media executives with a lot of experience in being disruptors advertising and distribution. And I just want to highlight our team briefly. We really practice what we preach in terms of some of the problems that we set out to solve in terms of racism and making sure that there's a need. We realize that there is a need for diverse talent in order to grow, be innovative, and be sustainable. So our team is diverse in terms of race, age, geographic location, and experience. And when we launched URL in 2021, we had 0 full-time employees. We've now grown to 12, and we are continuing to build capacity in editorial, advertising, and recruitment. So we are certainly confident that we have the right team in place to execute as we continue to chart our path forward and enter into our next phase of growth. And as I wrap up, if you have any questions about the information that I've presented, or you would like to collaborate with URL in any capacity, whether for your recruitment needs, a potential partnership in our network, or if you have a lead or someone that you think that we should be talking with, I've left my email address here. Please reach out to me. Also, please visit our website. I'm super excited for a new website to be launching pretty soon. I got a glimpse of it the other day, and it looks awesome. And then obviously, finally, the easiest way to support us is to subscribe to our newsletters and follow us on our social channels. It's URL Media. Thank you all so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to participating in the conference the rest of the day and connecting with you. Thank you.
I just love the intentional way that URL is building its network with sustainability, with all these different ways of involving partners that go far beyond content, and we know you guys are going to continue to be really successful. Okay, 2 quick notes before I bring up our next panel is that I just want to give a shout out to Mariela Santos Munoz, who's not here today, but she's watching the live stream. She works at the Center for Cooperative Media, and she is based in Puerto Rico and could not be here today. And she is a really important member of our staff, and she's live tweeting this event. She's probably blushing right now in Puerto Rico because she's watching the live stream and tweeting. And so I just want to give a shout out because she's amazing. And if you follow the Center for Cooperative Media on Twitter, she's been live tweeting, all the amazing things that Ella and Vera said today and that you'll hear from other folks. So thank you, Mariela. And also remember, if your colleagues want to watch, the live stream's going, and it looks great. So we've been sharing that link. It's on the dashboard, and it's also on social media. So now I'm really excited because I also work in a university setting, to welcome Richard Watts and Sarah Gamard to tell us about how universities and students are becoming really important partners in local news around the United States. So Richard and Sarah, come on up. Floor is yours. Yeah. I don't know if you want to stand there or sit there. Just turn. Awesome. Just turn your microphone on when you sit down.
I didn't need that clicker. Here you go, clicker. Click very much. Hot button. Richard, where do you want me to sit here?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me just get this on. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning. I'm Sarah. I was a researcher for the Center of Community News last fall. I'm no longer with the Center of Community News, but I'm here to talk with Richard today about a project that I worked on with him about news academic partnerships, basically partnerships where a university will have a class or an academic program that is directly working with a news organization or multiple news organizations to provide them content as news organizations are shrinking. That's probably an accurate way to say it, right?
And you were a student reporter.
I also was a student reporter, a part of one of these programs, and I went on to become a journalist for many years. And yeah, I'll leave it over to you, Richard.
Great. Well, thank you all. We are going to talk about university-led student reporting programs. And a shout out to Stephanie. We've been at this for about a year, and from the beginning, her center has been enormously helpful. And Stephanie herself, personally, has been so encouraging as we build this network, really, of universities who are engaged in student reporting programs. I'm going to do just a really brief overview of what we're talking about, and then Sarah is going to dive into details about the 20 university-led state house reporting programs, because, of course, covering state houses these days is so important. But first of all, by the way, how many people here actually partner or collaborate in some way with a university? Okay. Fabulous. So you all can chime in. We are definitely going to save time for questions and thoughts. But at the core of this idea is that universities, and here I use university broadly, I'm including colleges, community colleges, institutions of higher learning. Universities have a responsibility to step in and bring our resources, which are enormous, to address the crisis in local news. We're losing 2 community newspapers a week. 80 million Americans live in places without adequate news. All of us live in places where it's hard to find out what's going on from some authentic, trusted source. Universities have enormous resources, and we need to be participants in this in so many ways. And our resources don't just include our students, which are exceptional. It's the space. I mean, look at this place that we're in right here. It's access to space. It's our faculty, and not just the faculty who are managing programs like this, which I'll talk about in a second, but the research that they're doing and their thinking they're doing and this time they have to think about and engage in these issues. And it's the access to money. Universities are very good at raising money, and we have tremendous alumni support. Many of us are very old, and not just me here on the stage, but really hundreds of years old. And we have, vast networks of alumni who like to give money to their university. So that's the big picture. Universities need to step in. The project that we're managing is called the Center for Community News, and the mission is twofold. On one hand, document university-led student reporting programs so that others can see what others are doing and learn from each other, and then encourage more of them. And at the end here, I'm going to give you a pitch for a particular one related to what Sarah's going to talk about. These are not internships. So you may sort of have in your head the idea of the internship model where you went and were an intern at a media organization. A lot of those have evaporated as media resources have declined. These are university-led in the sense that there's a faculty member or a staff person at the university who is managing the students, who is vetting their content, who is cooperating with a local media platform to assign and review the stories that the students are producing, and to put a human face on that just for a second. There's at least 5 or 6 people here who are running these programs. Just stand for a second if you're here. Elizabeth, I see you. Mizzou, Marcy, Amplify in the University of Utah, Toby Rosenthal, University of Stockton, Jerry, right here in the front row, University of Maryland, Kathleen Best, University of Maryland, also the Howard Center, Francis Garland, Point Park University. So as I went through the attendees, you can see Allison Jones, Duke University. These are the people who are managing them, and they all are former reporters and editors. So they have lots and lots of experience, and then they also like, obviously, working with young people. So, and I saw at least 2 partners that I know are working closely with universities. Many of you are, it sounds like, but the Voice of Orange County and Civil Beat in Hawaii. All right, a few things on the attributes, and I'm going to turn it over to Sarah. So, if you're thinking about or collaborating with a university or want to do more, as we've reviewed these, we've identified about 120 of these programs around the country. That map, if you went to our website, the map would tell you about each of those. There'd be more information about them. They're all different shapes and sizes. Mostly they're run out of the academic programs, so they're classes, advanced reporting classes, English classes, poli-sci classes. Sometimes they're managed internship programs. That's what we do at the University of Vermont. Again, not external internships, but we manage the interns and do all the editing and vetting. Some of the attributes, as you think about what's key or core to working with a university partner, number one, our mission is educational. So we think about this as training students to be citizens in democracy, to engage in communities, to learn how it works. They may go on to be reporters. Not all of them are going to go on to be reporters, but they're going to have these amazing skills that you all have in going to a meeting and being able to take the important information and summarize important subjects into clear, accessible language. So educational, we don't see this as replacing the reporters we've lost. This is one part of the solution, but again, our first mission is educational. Other ways have to step in also to keep maintaining that sort of institutional journalism base that we need and have. Always at the university, there's a faculty champion. So there's somebody at the university, which are super complicated places, who knows how to navigate the university, draw down the resources that exist. So you need to find and work with that faculty champion. And third, this kind of work aligns completely with what we all say is our mission, and that is applied, experiential, educational learning experiences for our students. These partnerships are a way to meet that. So what you're doing benefits the university and the university's mission and our commitment to public service. Most of us, particularly us public universities, but also the private, it's in our mission that we should be doing things like this. So doing these types of collaborations helps us meet that mission. And of course, the PR that comes with doing this work authentically, it's really important to us. Many of us get money through public sources, so being able to say that we're doing good work is essential. So again, those are just some of the ways that all of these different collaborations and media, university-led reporting programs are at the core of them. They range in size from small to big. They're all different sizes and shapes, and Sarah's going to talk about a really important subset of these university state house-led reporting programs.
Oh, yes. Richard advised me not to go on a tangent because I typically do, because I'm very passionate about the subject, so I'll try to keep it brief, and then we can open it up for questions. But this is a map, Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a map of all the news academic partnerships that you guys have identified so far. So I'm going to talk about a specific subset. I made this map. I'm sorry that it's not the same as the other map. But I'm going to talk about a specific subset, which is, like Richard mentioned, news academic partnerships that are specifically, the model is specifically where a university will create essentially a student bureau in the state house that the college is near. And when I say near, sometimes it's a block away, and in the case of the University of Florida, it's a 3-hour drive, and the students have to stay at a rival school's campus the night of. There's so many ways to do it, but anyway, as you can see, so the yellow is the states where we have identified programs like this. So Louisiana, Texas, Montana, all over the map. The green, Utah, that program is on hold. But that program it has existed. I think during the pandemic, they hit a revenue issue, and then they're thinking about doing it again. But all of these programs, we called all of them, right? I called, I think, most of them, and then some of the other researchers on the project called them. And we talked it out with the directors, some of the students, just to get a feel for what the models are like. And we found that pretty much every single one is actually quite different. The different number of students, different number of news outlets. It's basically choose your own adventure. You just need a state house, some students, and ideally a veteran editor who now works in academia. A lot of these guys, a lot of the editors that are working with these students are, they've been at the Washington Post for 20 years, they've been at the New York Times for years, they've been at the AP. These are veteran editors who know what they're doing, and they can help guide the students to report real news. And I think a point I want to drive home here, I think this is the case with all the news academic partnerships, but for at least the ones that we researched for this project, these are substantive programs. This is not student media. This is not like just a class. These are students who are going into the State House, sitting in the committee meetings, going to the governor's speeches, covering regular legislative sessions, covering special sessions when there's a budget crisis, reporting actual news, sharing press row with the professionals. And that news is getting published in newspapers that want to partner with these universities. And it's high stakes. I mean, you're interviewing your lawmakers, you're interviewing your state officials, you're interviewing the constituents. If there's a protest, you have to cover it. It's really, I don't know how many people ever have been a State House reporter, but it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. And so I think,
Sarah, you should say that you went on to be, Sarah was a State House student reporter at LSU for 2 years?
I did, well, yeah, I can tell that story, yeah. Right. So I was.
Emily, will you pass out those? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Emily's gonna pass out a little pamphlet that we made. But for what it's worth, I'll tell kind of my personal journey through this. So I was a student reporter at Louisiana State University, go Tigers, in 2016, 2017, and 2018. So 2016, my sophomore year, I decided I want to be a journalist. I had the calling that we all did, and I joined the student media, and they put me on the crime reporter beat. I hated every second of it. I wanted out like immediately. And I was writing stories, but I was about to quit, and then I was about to quit and say goodbye to it forever. And one of the professors saw that I had a lot of drive for it, and he called me into his office, and he said, we've started this new program at LSU, where we are going to have, basically it's a student-run bureau in the State House, and we'd like you to join. It's exclusive, you have to be invited, and this would be a great opportunity for you, even if you don't want to work in government. And I was like, absolutely not. I want nothing to do with this. I hated politics. I had such an aversion to politics. I definitely didn't want to be a crime reporter, and I hated the idea of doing hard news in a State House with a bunch of empty suits, and I just didn't want to do it. I was very intimidated, and I knew nothing about government. At the time, I'm not even exaggerating, I was not totally confident in how many branches of government there were. I was very uneducated in the field of politics and government. How
many are there?
There's 3. I know that now. But I really knew nothing. I didn't know the role of the governor. I didn't know the role of the legislature. I was very woefully undereducated, and so therefore very scared of being set up to fail in front of an audience of readers. And I was really just not comfortable in it. But I had to fulfill it for a capstone, which usually is what these classes do, is they'll make it a capstone project, and so you have to do it, or you have to pick something else. And so I was basically forced into it, because I didn't want to do the other capstones. And I was like, all right, whatever, I'll do 1 semester of it, I'll get it over with, I'll do the bare minimum, and then I'm out, and I'm not doing this ever again. I just had to get my degree. And the first night was, the man who was running it, the editor for the bureau, his name is Jay Shellady. I think some of you know him. He's a famous name in the journalism world, in the local journalism world. He's from Utah. But anyway, he was a professor at LSU at the time. He was running the bureau, and the first night that we got there, it was the opening of a special session because Louisiana was in this huge budget crisis. And I was just scared out of my mind because I knew I had to write up the governor's speech and file it on time for the actual newspapers in the area, like a lot of them were Gannett or the Shreveport Times, The Advocate, NOLA.com, things like that. And within 2 hours, I was just suddenly feeling so at home there because I had the guidance of a great editor and I had a great team, and I got hooked before the end of the first day. And I went on to not only finish out that semester, but then work the rest of the summer covering the session. I ended up getting an internship at Politico within 3 months, just because of the clips I had gotten through that class. And then I went on and repeated that class the next year. So I voluntarily repeated the class without needing to. It was like an extracurricular at that point. And then I went on to work for an Insider Louisiana publication covering the State House after I graduated. And then eventually I got hired as the lead State House reporter at the biggest newspaper in Delaware at 23 because of all my clips that I had gotten at LSU. And none of that would have happened if I hadn't been forced into that class. Yeah.
Let's say something about your day job today, and then
Sure.
let's leave. We have 10 minutes or so. We'd love to hear from anybody, any questions you have. Or
Yeah. Now I actually, so I left reporting sometime during the pandemic to pursue a personal goal. I attempted to thru hike the Appalachian Trail. I was so burnt out during the pandemic and staring at a screen, so I left to go live in the woods. And I hiked from Georgia to Maine. Oh, thanks. That was 7 months, and then they tell you that, like, the idea was I wanted to think about my career and think about what I wanted to do next. That did not happen. I was so busy thinking about my next water source and where I was going to sleep every night. But anyway, then I got back, and then I was out of a job and actively looking. And Chris Drew, former New York Times reporter who's running the LSU program now, you called him talking about your research, and I think you were very open about looking for some extra help. And Chris was like, I know someone who'd be perfect and is unemployed. And so you hired me for this part-time gig, and it was really fun. It was just fun calling all these places and figuring out new things about these programs. And this is just a rundown of all the programs that we found. And as you can see on the far right, it's really choose your own adventure. It's as many students as you want, as many news outlets that are willing to participate. You really can just do it however you want. And if you don't see your state up here, you should talk to someone. Talk to me.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
And that's what we want to pitch for just a second. Yes. And do step up if you have a question or comment. We have 7.5 minutes left, if I'm reading this right, Stephanie.
Yeah.
There's 19 states with...
I think it's 17.
But remember, 2 new.
Oh, right.
Since Sarah did the research for us, 2 stepped up. That leaves 31 states that don't have a university-led student reporting program. If you know anybody in those states, if that's any interest to you to see one of these get started, have them be in touch with us or whatever. We're building a cohort. Elizabeth at Mizzou is kindly hosting a mini conference, just really limited to people who want to grow these. We count 300,000 students within 10 miles of these state capitals, so the resource is potentially there. Questions or comments? There's a few.
Hi, good morning. I'm Molly Bloom with the Center for Sustainable Journalism at Kennesaw State University, publisher of Fresh Take Georgia, and Youth Today.
Wow, and welcome.
Thank you. Can you talk about how different universities are funding these programs?
Sure.
It's all over the map. I mean, I think some of them are getting grants, and some of them I think are relying on donations, and some I think are pulling directly from their budgets, or it's a combination of the two.
Yeah, I mean, again, one interesting thing about universities bringing our resources to this is we actually have a funding model that's sustainable. Students pay tuition. And instead of paying tuition to take history, pay tuition to take a reporting class, and your stories are also published. You build the networks, you get the clips that might be helpful to you, but it's also real life. And students really want, I think we heard that from Sarah, agency. They want to know the stuff they're doing matters. And you can sit in a lot of classes and write papers that go nowhere, or you can sit in a class where your work is actually published and you're contributing to local news.
And democracy is better for it.
So one core way of funding is just use the regular model that we have. Then all of us are good at fundraising extra money, grants, foundations. Alumni is the biggest source and lowest hanging fruit that we all have access to. It's just a matter of getting our university to consider it a priority. And Kennesaw, by the way, amazing, amazing growth. I mean, I got to visit that, and what you're doing there. One other thing that universities can do is provide space for these centers. I think the Center for Cooperative Journalism is one example of that. So it's not just the student parts. Please.
Well, I'm very excited to hear your presentation because I've been thinking about how to approach the colleges to create some kind of relationship. I'm hoping that you'll tell me, yes, we have a canned program. You can customize this stuff and send it to the presidents of these universities and create a kind of a two-way relationship between the local news organization and the colleges. You have such a thing?
again, they're so different in every place, but what we do have is 100 case studies, 100 faculty who will be excited to talk to you, and building out resources for faculty at all levels, syllabi, models. So yes, call me please. And the other thing that we're always happy to do is call your university officials and say, you should do one of these, if that's helpful. But really, it's often finding that faculty member, as we know from the faculty here, who will be your champion.
Hi, Alice Drager from East Lansing Info. I'm in the town with Michigan State University, and I used to be an academic. I was a traditional PhD academic in history of science, and I started a newspaper for my own town because we had none. And I hate to be a bummer, but I have to tell you, trying to work with the student journalists at MSU is often a case where they just don't have any content knowledge. And I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about the problem of sending students into situations where they have no content knowledge.
Yeah.
Because my experience is that when I'm recruiting reporters for ELI, my organization, I'm much better off actually recruiting economics faculty and environmental faculty and land use faculty and getting them to be reporters for us because they have the content knowledge that makes them able to keep up with what's really going on in the government.
Right. Well, that's part of it is, part of it's going to depend on the editor that the student has. I think a lot of these programs do really well because the editors know how to work with students who are not familiar with the beat. You're inherently going to get reporters through these student bureaus who are not, they don't have years of experience, they're cubs. But you need someone in those committee rooms doing the little things, like covering the weedy stuff, covering the committee hearings that the actual professional reporters who are there every day don't have time to cover. The whole point is that there's newspapers across the country who typically when they do layoffs, State House reporters are some of the first to go. If any of you are State House reporters or have been State House reporters, you're probably familiar with this. When I was a State House reporter, I saw this firsthand in multiple State Houses. There's just so few staffers that are there and have boots on the ground and just covering the important debates. I mean, this is like, State Houses is where marijuana is being legalized. It's where the anti-trans bills are being debated. The real stuff is happening there, and usually there's only one State House reporter, if any State House reporter, for these major news outlets. So really, I think the better model, to me, is not relying on them to do the enterprise stuff necessarily, but covering the little things that people still should be following.
And I'll just add, kudos to you to reaching out beyond the journalism program. We should not limit this in any way to the journalism programs. We don't have a journalism program at the University of Vermont, but we have 30 students a semester. We're doing 300 plus stories. The other thing is that we have a professional editor that we pay in between. So it isn't totally dependent on that publication. We are providing the stuff to standards.
Hi. Carrie Mitchell from Dallas Free Press, and we work with a lot of other newsrooms and universities in Dallas through the Media Collaborative, and we're working through the idea of building a pathway from high schools to newsrooms because our newsrooms do not reflect our city, and there's all kinds of other issues there. I think a question on a lot of our minds who are running newsrooms, and one that's come up a lot over the last decade or so, is how do we do this equitably? How do we not put too much burden on not necessarily the universities? I think most of us are maybe okay with burdening universities, but the students themselves. You know, how do we make sure that, you know, we understand that they're young and they're training and they're learning, but how do we look at, you know, when is it time to really pay them well, and how do we do that, and how do we think about that in a way that supports those students who want to work in newsrooms later? How have you guys grappled with that?
Oh yeah, I mean, actually, something I forgot to mention is a lot of these programs are paying the students. I was paid, I think, $15 an hour, which for me, I was like rolling in money. Because the minimum wage in Louisiana is still $7.25. So yeah, I actually quit my weekend job rolling burritos at a burrito shack, and I was able to do that because I took this class and then got hired during the summer. There's also stipends. I think there's also travel funds. Again, it's choose your own adventure. Every college does it differently, but most of these, I think it's fair, most of these programs are either they're being paid in credit, and you know they're paying the tuition in order to do that. But when it goes beyond class time and when it goes beyond the hours that are expected of a normal class, I think typically they are paid.
We'll take two more, but really thoughtful question. It will take some time to really think about it. But we have students who, for example, covered the transgender debate in Montana before it became national news. We have students who are covering the attacks on diversity in higher ed while they're students in classes. So there's all sorts of issues that we have to think about that students are grappling with in a serious way. So it's a really thoughtful question that we should take some time to think about.
Hi, I'm Chloe Lee Rollins from Bay City News, and one of the hats that I wear there is that I lead our team of data journalists, and that has involved a lot of training of interns and student partners that we have, which has been amazing, but it's also involved training our full-time mid and late career journalist staff. And I'm curious if you think there are more opportunities for feeding the pipeline both ways, offering younger students opportunities to learn in journalism newsrooms and from journalists, but also extending university resources to established journalists or older journalists for continued education.
So agree. And some universities are stepping up and starting to do programs like that, pay for a weekend retreat or a week-long. So agree, and let's see if I can help you connect with others who are thinking about that or how we can make that happen. Because the resources that I'm talking about extend in all sorts of ways that we have and should be bringing to this.
Mary Chan from Microsoft Start. Actually, I want to add to Chloe, funny story, is that she's training some of my old colleagues from the newsroom that I used to work at in the 90s, so thank you. My question is, how do you train students to deal with audience and reader reactions, especially online, ranging from the positive to the toxic?
Well, how does any journalist get used to it? I mean, you just go through it. I think you're warned ahead of time. Like you understand when you go into it that it's going to be heated and it's going to be a lot. But you either go through it in college before you sacrifice your life to journalism, or you learn it when it's too late. And I think it really is all learning by doing. I mean, I didn't know how to interview the governor at 20 years old until I did. And I didn't know how to write investigative stories until I did. So I think it's a very valid question, but really no matter how old you are, it's not good for your mental health. So unfortunately I don't want to call it a necessary evil, but it's just something that comes with the job that I think no matter what your age is, you just have to experience it and learn how to deal with it, and then hopefully have a good network to support you through it.
And I'll say, the one last take-home that I think you probably have heard here, but these programs are all run by experienced reporters and editors who do think about those things, I think, thoughtfully, in systems and structures that support it. What we need to do is get more universities involved, so if we can help you, reach out to anybody or think about how more thoughtfully we're partnering, but we just there's 2,500 four-year colleges and universities. There's about 120 who may be actively involved in this space. So help us keep thinking about doing that.
Could I make one more plug? Real quick.
Sure.
I just want to real quickly say, so after I worked for Richard, I currently work at a nonprofit that is growing. We're funded by the Knight Foundation, and we provide whistleblower support. So I just want to make a plug that make sure you guys know that we exist. We're called the Signals Network, and I'm happy to talk to you guys about it if you're interested. If you have a source who's facing an NDA or is at risk of getting fired or killed or sued or whatever, and they're afraid of talking to the press, you can hand them over to us, and we have a lawyer on staff. We have multiple lawyers on staff, and we provide safety support, security support, community support, things like that.
Awesome.
So thanks.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I also want to say, like, Richard, I know you gave me a shout out at the beginning for being helpful, but Richard is incredibly helpful and so responsive. And so if you are thinking about approaching a university in your town, I would highly recommend that you reach out, because this man will help you. So thank you both. And Vera, to your question too, that just makes me think, like, we ought to offer, like, universities should be thinking about that. That should be something that we have for students, is some like mental health coaching, and Michelle Ferrier, her Troll Busters does some of that, like coaching and some training about how to deal with assholes online for your mental health. Yeah. Okay, so thank you. So next up, I would like to welcome Sarad Davenport, Charles Lewis, and Anjali Shaw to the stage. I'm really excited about this one. We're going to discuss the evolution of the Charlottesville Inclusive Media Project. And we're running just a few minutes behind, but take your time. We're going to figure this out. So no worries about time's not going to get cut off. So come on and have a seat.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Okay, just want to make sure this thing is on. Well, as a man thinketh, so is he. So that's why the work that everybody here does is so important in my purview. So can we give ourselves a hand? Everybody give yourselves a hand. And also want to give a special thanks to Stephanie and Denise as well, putting together a fine program. And so Charlottesville, Virginia. It's a rich, complex history, like most cities, like a lot of cities. But then there was 2017. There was August 12th, AKA A12, AKA the Summer of Hate. And it really magnified the misrepresentation in our area, right? So that also amplified the need for the change of the ecosystem, which spawned the Charlottesville Inclusive Media Project. And so that Charlottesville Inclusive Media Project are the good folks that you see here. And on the screen there, oh, you got me, Anjali? All right, and on the screen there, so Charlottesville Tomorrow, nonprofit public service news organization, where Anjali Shaw is the CEO and editor-in-chief. Also, Vinegar Hill Magazine, which is an independent African-American publishing company, which Sarad Davenport is the chief of operations. And then it's also the In My Humble Opinion talk show, where yours truly is producer / engineer and co-host. So from there, Sarad, I'm going to kick it over to Sarad to kind of show you all what the first steps of our project were.
Thank you, Charles, and thanks, everybody. And I think everybody at this point, and Charles did the AKAs, but understand that, Charlottesville had a pretty critical inflection point in 2017, but the actual ambition to have a more inclusive social narrative has been something that Charlottesville has been desiring to have for much longer than that. It's been something that has been needed. And so, this collaborative approach came together it wasn't very organized, I would say, at first. There was a lot of skepticism at the beginning because, we're a black media organization, and then we were approached by what you would call, what we're calling legacy media organizations, and they were thinking about ways to collaborate. And for several years, we were like, this is just going to be another status quo type of collaboration that is filled with some type of paternalism and a way to, get engagement with our particular audience without any kind of equal participation or equal standing in the relationship. So there were lots of discussions, particularly between Vinegar Hill and Charlottesville Tomorrow, about how we can make this real, right? And whereas there would be equal standing among the black media organizations and the legacy media organizations that would potentially be a part of this collaborative. And there were some tough discussions at the beginning because of this skepticism. I had a background in nonprofit collaboration at, the local to the national level. So I knew, some of the games that are played along the way. And I was like, well, we can continue doing what we're doing if we're going to go into something that is status quo. So we decided to really do something different and to really have an approach that was authentically collaborative, and whereas we respected the value that everybody and the currency urgency that every publication brought to the partnerships, understanding that, Charlottesville Tomorrow may have more financial resources, may have more back office, but that doesn't discount the value and the currency that, the black publication of record in Charlottesville, Virginia brings to the table. And how do we make sure that we're leveraging the currency of each organization and valuing it such that there isn't a hierarchy in the relationship. So that was a big thing that we had to work through in the beginning. Branding was a big thing that we worked on to make sure that we were conceptualized in the right way and that it was real. We started out with a series during 2020. During that time, early 2020, COVID hit, and also there was an uprising in America, and we created this series called the Determined series, and Determined was based on the social determinants of health, which we thought at Vinegar Hill Magazine was an approach to address all of these concerns, like the health concerns with regards to the black community, and also the uprising, which we believe was rooted a lot in health, if you look at the social determinants of health. So we did that series. We were able to get some funding, some support from and others. IMHO Radio came on board. There was transformation at Charlottesville Tomorrow's board where they became more diverse as an operation. I'm sure Angelique will talk a little bit more about that. We created, a show called Black Truths, White Truths as a part of this collaboration. And we also began this direction around this concept called First Person Charlottesville. And I'll turn it over to Angelique to kind of take us through that phase.
Yeah, and I can't appreciate enough how much this partnership has been important to Charlottesville Tomorrow itself. It began before I got there, but was so hard won. I mean, people in Charlottesville did not trust each other. It was segregated in the media, as well as in the built environment. And, when I came to Charlottesville, you couldn't go to people and expect them to be like, oh yeah, this is a great idea to talk to a journalist. It was not a good idea for most people because they had been burned so many times, and they have local media that does things like run police press releases and mugshots, and national media that shows up in times of crisis, unfortunately, of which we've had many over the last 5 years. So, how do you rebuild trust in a community? That was the problem we were trying to solve, and it started with rebuilding trust between our organizations, or building trust that was never there, frankly. And that, we had to, our board was extremely courageous and rolled over almost completely. We have an almost completely new board since 2017. It became more diverse, it became more community representative, and it became more dedicated to growing a broader ecosystem that it could include more people in news media. So our most recent project that Charles and Surratt and I dreamed up when I became editor-in-chief of Charlottesville Tomorrow is called First Person Charlottesville. And this is a very durable, ongoing project that we've worked on for just over a year now. Because one thing we saw in the local ecosystem, there are so few journalists in Central Virginia. I can count them on my hands, the number of independent journalists in our region. And two, that means we don't have people who are thinking about media as a career if they are from that place and dedicated to that place. So we needed ways to get more people involved in the work of journalism, to get people involved in the work of telling the stories of Central Virginia. So our first sort of way into that was First Person Charlottesville, which is a really simple idea in a lot of ways, but getting people who are very close to the issues that all three of our organizations cover to tell their own stories about what it is like to live through those issues, their testimonies, with reported material in it. So it involves both professionalizing the work. I think marginalized people in Charlottesville get asked to tell their stories all the time, but UVA researchers are everywhere, journalists everywhere, the Washington Post comes around every month or so. I mean, people are always asking, particularly black people in Charlottesville, to tell their stories, to tell their traumas. And we wanted to build a space where we could help people tell their own stories the way they wanted to, pay them properly for it, pay them competitively for that work, and give it the professional treatment it deserves so that it comes out the way that they see reality is. And so that those narratives become core to the conversations we have in the city and our surrounding counties. So we're really excited about First Person Charlottesville. We're really excited about the impact that we can have locally in terms of shifting who has power in our news media. So just a little bit about that impact, though. This was one of the first stories that we ran, a really rare narrative that took a long time to develop trust. And from what we can tell from records, the first black woman detective in the Charlottesville PD wrote about what it was like to be an officer protecting the KKK when they rallied in 2017. And for her to tell that story took a lot of guts, because her struggle was really taking it from all sides. People were very angry with the police, and they were obviously very angry with white supremacists. And so, her ability to tell that story was really powerful. And the feedback we got, the feedback we continue to get from people who are looking at their relationships with the police, with community members differently because she told that story, has been really amazing. So we see that through a lot of the different types of stories that we tell.
Yeah. So, building off of that, the whole first person Charlottesville essay model, we had to figure out a way as well to once again maximize the resource of all of our entities, and so the podcast idea came about. And so our podcast channel is named after our show, In My Humble Opinion. So you all please subscribe. And so that is, again, that's another way to share the stories, and the trust that you've heard mentioned multiple times cannot be overstated, right? For people that have been underrepresented and misrepresented, there's a level of trust that has to be built first. Like, it can't just be, hey, I'm writing, like, I want to write better stories about your life and think they're just gonna be transparent. So it's definitely a community building, and I like to call it the domino effect. I feel like the three individuals and entities that's on the stage in front of you right now, we had to set the example, right? Three boards, organizations, diverse, very different from each other, had to set the example that, hey, we can work together and cause positive change. So saying all that, I can't think of a better example that we have out of all of our podcast episodes of First Person Charlottesville than Miss India Sims that you see there on the screen. India has been wheelchair bound since she was an infant. And so she is someone that has been jaded by her reality of underrepresentation and feeling like that nobody's listening and nobody really cares. It's a prime example of how people in our community believe in our work and our platform. So here's a little clip. Here, it's the audiogram of the podcast of India's episode. So do we play it here? Or back there?
I think Joe can help us with this. Yeah.
With my business, I gotta prove to people that I can do it. With my home, I gotta prove to this, that I got this and I got that. It doesn't matter if you have good credit. It doesn't matter if you have a deposit. It's so much. And Charlottesville, I'm gonna say it, Charlottesville put this big persona that they love everybody and they accept everybody and they'll do whatever they want for everybody. I'm here. Start on me. Start on someone that actually wants it and will work for it. Because I know what it's like to be thrown away. I was thrown away after the doctors paralyzed me. So if anybody knows how to salvage and put things together and hold it in place, that's me.
can clap. Yeah, so, another thing that, I want to just lift up, Angelique's predecessor at a recent conference, he also said, Giles Morris, he said that, we're really also in this is a healing project. And all of us have decided to come together because we want to be intentional about, healing our community. And we're using media as a way to be the healers of our community. So a little bit about participation. Like Angelique said, we've been going on for about a year. I don't know if I've conceptualized it, but I've been using it on the road here, and I'm calling it multimodal. So, we use a multimodal approach in which you'll see the audiograms. We even had first person that was photography only, because we want people to be able to come into the space of first person Charlottesville in a multimodal way, and that may be non-traditional in the ways that we think about journalism and how people still tell stories in community. So you'll see there have been story pitches, written stories, podcast episodes, what we're calling photo essays that I talked about, events and panels. We've received some grants along the way that have been helpful to the infrastructure of the project. And a little bit about that piece is that Charlottesville Tomorrow has back office, has more infrastructure, but a lot of the emphasis of this collaboration has been on building the Black media organizations and helping them get the back office infrastructure, the capacity that they need to be able to do the great work that they can. Because that's often left out of the conversation. It's not that they can't do work, they don't necessarily have the resources to accomplish at the highest levels, and we've been able to do that through some of the resources we receive. And our community members are chiming in. I mean, we've been if anybody knows anything about Charlottesville, there's a lot of philanthropy that goes on there. I think that we have more nonprofits per capita than New York City. So a lot of people are giving, and there's a big competition, but there have been some folks in the community who have seen the work that we are doing and believe in it, and we've been surprised by how people have supported it, and we continue to work on the product so that we can continue to have that type of engagement. And the objective is for us to start, we thought about all right, do we wait till we get something big? But we made the decision to start and then scale and to produce an MVP, so to speak. What's the minimum viable product, and let's put that together and demonstrate some success. And we've been able to see kind of growth over time by not waiting. And really with the intention to be a healer in the community, we couldn't wait. We couldn't wait because, things were continuing and we could see it across our country. I'm always championing the Fourth Estate and how we have to kind of step up and be more accountable, and we see our role in, having a more inclusive social narrative is a part of that work, and we have to, kind of step up and be accountable in these times. So, with that said, I'll turn it over to Angelique to talk about kind of where we're going.
So I think a really important thing about our work together as partners is that we do this for the ecosystem. Central Virginia needs journalism, and it needs a plurality of journalism. It needs different kinds of journalism, but really the goal of Charlottesville Inclusive Media is to change the ecosystem where we are. To say, okay, people are beginning to have an interest in local news, finally. We're at a point where people can't ignore the lack of local news where we are. How are we going to rebuild it? What is that going to look like? Is it going to look like it did 50 years ago? Because if that's the case, all three of us here on the stage have a problem. Because that type of media didn't serve our communities well enough. It didn't include our communities well enough. So our project is really about lifting people in our communities who are doing the work to keep people informed, to connect people, and saying, can we build our ecosystem from that position of strength? So as you can see, the sky's the limit. I mean, Central Virginia needs resources, and different communities need resources to tell their stories. So we're building toward that.
I think it's back on me. So I've been coming up with, I have all of these concepts. If you need a lexicon for anything you're doing, just talk to me. We'll work it out. But, you know, ripple effects. And I think that anecdotally we've seen how our ability to be nimble and innovative has affected, you know, the small ecosystem that we have in the Charlottesville region, and just between like our artistic approach. I think all of us are artistic in our own way. I certainly am, you know, artistically inclined and tech adjacent, and we try to bring all of those things to bear to the work that we do. And we've seen other media publications and to respond to what we've been able to do, and to also change their coverage, the way they cover, and we think that's positive, right? Some people may be upset, like if people make those shifts, but if we really want a more inclusive social narrative, and we're causing these ripple effects throughout the ecosystem, then we see that as positive. At least I do. And it also, we're able to amplify folks, because we can mine for, I got another one, mine for genius. This probably isn't my concept, but mining for genius in the community and really putting people in a place where they can be amplified, where there may be other publications that have broader or bigger audiences, and we want to be the first to find them. We want to be the first to find those stories, and that's okay. And if it changes the media coverage of other organizations because of our approach and our ability to be innovative and move quickly to things, then we think it's all for the better, and better for the quality of the community. So with that said, I think we have some time for a few questions, if there are some.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a lovely presentation. So for some context, one of the things I do in Philadelphia is work with the Center for Better Gun Violence Reporting, which helps pairs gun violence survivors or co-survivors with reporters to work on closely reported or credible messenger reporting projects. And that sounded awfully similar to a lot of the work you're doing in this collaborative with closely reported stories, and, you know, empowering regular community members to do journalistic work. But what I noticed from talking with the mentors and the editors in our processes is that it's hard to modulate expectations, because these people come from a background where they, you know, because we're not the best at explaining our work, don't understand how to do our jobs in the way they conceive of them, or the final product they're putting out, and not necessarily their words so much, or like their words or their works, because an editor is taking over to shape it into something that like is publishable. So I was kind of curious, like, how you manage those relationships, and like the types of training you provide, and kind of how you balance giving people agency over their work and empowering their voice with also producing a quality product that matches an audience's expectation of like information.
Well, the first thing I'll say is that our product probably does not match our audience's expectations of what journalism looks like. We are teaching them to have new expectations about the kinds of journalism that matter. And I will say, you know, it's challenging, and it takes time. So, you know, when we have a new contributor, we spend a lot of time talking with them about what the process is and what they can expect. And that we pay them because we expect to go through multiple edits. Because when Charles does an interview, I definitely recommend listening to the podcast, because a lot of these questions are answered in just Charles's style of interviewing and the way he both challenges and gives agency to people. And we have this beautiful producer who does beautiful non-narrated work as well to really draw that out. So for India's story, for example, I think that piece, so she wrote first.
Okay.
And I think that piece maybe took 3 months to work through. We went through 4 drafts, and mostly I sat with her and did it. So by the time she got to the podcast, she understood her narrative, her own narrative. It was working through. She has so many things to say, and a lot of it's like, all right, let's choose one or two things you want to focus on here. But it really is about being a great editor and being a great teacher and being patient and understanding your job is to make their story powerful, not to tell their story in the way that you want it told. We explain fact-checking a lot up front. And say, okay, if you want to tell this part of your story, we're going to have to go back to the court record or go back to the person who did you wrong and talk to them. And sometimes they're like, okay, let's leave that part of the story out because I'm not ready to do that kind of work. And they can make that choice, understanding the process.
Yeah, and one thing that I would add to it is that, like, that's the sort of shining example of the importance of our collaborative media, is that, like, we may, one of us may get presented with someone who has a story, but we may determine, hey, like, this may be a better radio interview, or we, may want to send a journalist out or, a reporter out, to go visit whatever the instance or situation is. So that highlights why, collaborating and having sort of options for people's comfort zones is so important.
I'm gonna try to do this real quickly. Is that also, I think Angeli hinted to it about preparing the audience. And there's a concept called demonstration of mastery. And how the expectation that people need to present in a certain way that is acceptable to others is part of what we're trying to attack also. Like, people that come from different cultures, like, their way is not acceptable. When they have shown demonstration of mastery, maybe you need to shift and understand that there may be differentiation in presentation and stop expecting a status quo presentation that fits into a certain box. And there are different modalities by which information can come across. So preparing the audience for that also is important.
That's really helpful because our project does do podcasts, does do personal essays, does do reported work in photos. But the other question I wanted to ask, if nobody has another one, or go do a quick one,
One person behind you, if you want to.
First then.
Maybe.
No. Oh my God. This is super quick. How do you kind of set expectations in the fact-checking process? What I've heard from some of our partners is that it's always like, why are you asking me for proof? Why do I have to keep explaining myself? I explain myself to all these other systems, and they get really frustrated, and sometimes they quit because that's asking for fact-checking is like, it seems like you don't believe somebody.
It's hard,
right? So how do you
did
set
somebody, that? I remember the ICIJ editors called it a colonoscopy.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's difficult.
Yeah. So how do you work through that and kind of acknowledge their frustrations, but also like level set with them?
It's really important to start that conversation before there's any words on paper.
Okay.
Because I think intentions matter. And if it's really clear that we have this partnership and our intention is to make their story as strong as possible, and also to set the intention with them. What is it that you want this story to do? What do you want community members to hear? Okay, we're going to bring our expertise to help you do that. So when we ask you a question, it's because we know that you want a community member who doesn't understand your neighborhood or doesn't understand what it means to have brick cobblestone everywhere to somebody in a wheelchair. You want them to understand that. So we're going to have to make sure you don't have those bumps in your piece that are going to turn certain people off because they don't believe you. So it's all about intention setting. Our intention is not to question you. Our intention is to help you reach your goal with the story that you want to tell.
Yeah, of course, we're in a, I'm sorry, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for the question. And real quick, I just wanted to add too, I know we're a smaller town than Philly, but like the relationship building is key, like the timing.
They know us by the time we get to this.
Yeah, and then a lot of it is just, they may not be ready, but they want to know you care. Literally, like, they want to know you're not doing this just for a job. You actually care about their story. And so I've had people that may have to come back at a later date when they were ready.
I just had a really quick question about how you differentiate between sources and then journalists, and then how do you go about paying people? Like, what does that process look like when you decide, someone is just telling me their story to like publish, versus that they're the journalist and now they must be paid? And where do you get the money to pay these storytellers?
Yeah. So we live in a small town, right? Everybody has conflicts of interest always. There's just no, like I said, I can count the number of independent journalists on my hand, right? So, you know, everybody's been paid by UVA for something at some point. Everybody has a conflict of interest for something. So our sort of way of dealing with that is just being completely transparent. If we say, you know, we have this like very strict, I was in public media, I understand. If we made very strict rules, we would literally have nobody to work with. So yeah, we have people who have been sources and stories who we also pay to do first person. And we just pay them. There's not, I mean, I want to say some complicated answer. If they do work and tell a story, we just pay them. They send us an invoice and we send them money. It's not super complicated in that way. And you know, for us, it's very practical. You know, there's a lot about journalism that has a lot of rules, but those rules are made for national media outlets or communities where you're playing into the power structure of the existing power structure. And we make rules to play into what we want for the community or what the community wants from us.
Thank you. You guys have definitely opened some minds here, because I've gotten several text and Twitter messages like, this is amazing. How can we reach these folks?
Fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm pretty sure their contact info is on the attendee list too, yes. Yeah, awesome, thank you. All right, what a morning so far. So we've got one more presentation, and then we are going to take a break, and then we'll come back, and we're going to do 3 lightning talks, and then lunch. So that's the rest of the morning. So now I would like to welcome to the stage Bria Overs to discuss Word in Black and how Word in Black builds power, influence, and impact through its national network. So Bria, come on up.
Yes, thank you. That'd be great.
It's just the top button there.
Oh, okay,
Big brain just kind of pointed up.
Okay, perfect. You never know how short you are until you have to move a mic. So yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Bria. I'm a finance reporter at Word in Black. Thank you. I started at Word in Black, you know, oddly enough, like 2 months ago. And I cover personal finance, small businesses, financial literacy, and most importantly, the Black community. Prior to Word in Black, I was a special projects editor at Business Insider. You may also know it as Insider, which I should also note is currently on strike. So, you know, respect the picket line. And that's not the point of this presentation. I'm here to talk about how Word in Black, you know, is building power, influence, and impact through this national network of Black publishers, which is very exciting for me. And just a little bit more background, this is actually my second time working with the Black press. So I started my career there, left, tried something different, and now I'm back, which I think speaks to the power of Black publishers and the Black press. There we go. So funnily enough, Word in Black was actually founded 2 years ago today. So happy anniversary to us. Thank you. I know it's kind of a big deal. As we know, a lot of news media doesn't last very long, so we're doing really well, which is exciting. So we currently work with about 10 publishers across the nation, and most of these are located in major cities like Dallas, Atlanta, DC. I mention these specifically because they're my favorite cities, me being born in Atlanta, family in Dallas, and me living here in DC. And so these publishers, when you look at them and you look at their history and combine them, they have centuries of publishing experience. And I think when we think about legacy media, which also has centuries of publishing experience, it's not always thought about or given due credit. So I do want to note that. And these are some amazing people that I get to work with every day. All right. So this is our mission and vision. You know, we work with these newspapers to grow our combined audiences and to tell Black stories. And we're also focused on digital transformation. A lot of these publishers, you know, started off with physical newspapers. And as we know, physical newspapers are dwindling, including here in DC. We don't see as many. It costs a lot to keep those in circulation. So we're trying to help them move into the more digital space. All of them have websites, but the internet is constantly changing all the time. For me, the perk with working with these publishers is that I get to hear from their editors and reporters every single week about what they're focused on for their respective area. I cover finance on a more national scale, as does everyone else at Word in Black, but it gives me a lot of ideas in thinking about, like, how can I serve their audiences as well? And it also helps them figure out, like, how can they further support us and the partnership overall. So I love this slide. We have an amazing group of journalists that are located across the country. We don't have like a central location. We're all over the place. LA, we're in New York, we're here in DC. And it's a joy working with all of them. And we're focused on a few big topics, which is education, health, finance, of course, for me, and climate justice, which I think is becoming increasingly more important. As an editorial team, we're constantly looking for more ways to grow as reporters. A lot of us are new to reporting and to being journalists. We're student journalists, now we're trying to be professional journalists. So you can see on your right, I believe, or your left, a few of the different fellowships that we're all participating in, which is amazing. These are just a few of our stories on our site, and again, one of the best parts of our partnership is the fact that our stories that are on our site are also on the publisher's site. So you may not find our work directly through us, although Google search is a big part of that, SEO is a big part of that. For those that have been reading like the Washington Informer their whole life, they can find my stories there and they can try to connect with me. It's noted that it's a Word in Black story as well, so they can make their way to the site if they want to, but just having our stories, shared in more than one place, I think is a big perk. So currently, we have 6 newsletters, which means 6 times out of the week, someone's receiving an email from us, which is awesome. We started off with 1, and now we have 6 to cover all of our verticals. And they did want me to note that we have over 46,000 subscribers of those newsletters, which is really great for a publication that's only been around for about 2 years. I did want to talk about revenue for a little bit. So in my last job, I worked on special projects, which was, closely working with the revenue generation side of journalism. I don't think as an industry we talk enough about revenue. Like if you're in the business part, you talk about it all the time, but as a reporter and as an editor, you don't. And you're not supposed to. There's supposed to be some separation there, but I think that as media is changing, this is becoming more and more important that everyone understand how this works so we can have sustainable journalism. And I remember how important this is. So Word in Black is actually a program part of the Local Media Foundation. We're a 501c3 organization focused on helping local media companies, reinvent business models for news. So we're trying out a few different ways. Our publication is using a variety of sources right now, including reader revenue, which is great. I think it's something everyone wants, but also philanthropy and branded content. So this is a great quote from Dr. John B. King Jr. He worked with the Obama administration, and so you can take a second to read his quote if you'd like. All right, I'm moving on. Read faster. So these are a few of our publishers, I believe, hanging out, chit-chatting about the industry, which is great to have everyone in one place, especially in a very remote work. I definitely miss an office environment. I'm sure a lot of us do. Some don't, which is totally fine. But again, I just wanted to mention, as someone that has worked in the Black press more than once now, it's such an honor to do it. Part of why I wanted to get into journalism was because I'm from Los Angeles, around the Compton-Carson area, and we don't have a newspaper. We have a few, media outlets that are trying to do journalism, but they don't get as much attention and they're not as reputable. But what the area does have is a lot of ethnic-based journalism, ethnic-based news, and for me, it's incredibly refreshing that I don't have to spend so much of my time as a reporter trying to convince people that these stories are important. As someone that has had that experience previously, where I'm in meetings fighting tooth and nail to explain to someone, like, this is a story that needs to be told. We have these goals, as an industry to reach as many people as possible, but you can't do that if you're not thinking about diversifying your audience. You can't hit 1 billion readers if you're not thinking about what that billion actually consists of. You want your audience to reflect the nation, especially since we're all mainly US-based publications. Diversity is incredibly important. You can't send people with no cultural knowledge into communities and expect them to tell a story well, at least not without support. And so I just wanted to note that in this ever-changing industry, how incredibly important the work that we're doing is. I feel it, and I hope that you all feel that too, and kind of think about it as you progress your own outlets, your own programs and organizations. So I'd love to take questions if anyone has any. You're also welcome to download our impact report. Yeah. Thank you so much. I also assume that if no one has questions, it just means I did a really good job explaining it, because this happens pretty frequently.
I'm Gene Sum with Resolve Philly. I've been watching Word in Black over the couple 2 years, and one thing I'm really curious about is, have there been co-reported pieces that with members from Word in Black, because you are so spread out? And and how have you navigated that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm still new, so I may not have the right answer, but I believe from what I've asked is that we haven't quite yet been able to do that, because we try to give them some space to do their own reporting. But I think it's something that we definitely want to explore more, because there is so much overlap, and I think it's really important to take national stories and localize them. So that is something that I think we're slowly moving toward. Yeah.
I would love to understand how your collaboration moved from being sort of a cooperative of publishers to having a centralized newsroom. How did that transition happen, actually, and how did the publishers decide to do that rather than say we're going to really focus on building capacity in those newsrooms?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I should have noted this earlier, that Word in Black came out of the George Floyd protests and his murder and his unfortunate death. And my understanding is that we kind of noticed that there are a lot of local Black papers, but there really aren't a lot of national. There's Capital B, there's us, and there are probably a few others that I'm not thinking of. And so my understanding is that they used grants, the Night Bloom Lab, I believe, Foundation. I could be butchering that, so please look at our website. It's very detailed. And that those kind of philanthropic work, that program itself kind of helped Word in Black exist, if that makes sense. And part of that was figuring out how to create a collaboration between all of the publishers and Word in Black. Again, I'm not probably explaining that the best, so let's chat more after so I can direct you in the right place. Yeah, any other questions? If not, feel free to grab me after this.
Thank you, Bria.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. And Bria, you were so concise and amazing that we're back on schedule now. Woo! Okay, cool. So I just want to give a shout out before we break to our photographer. Will, where are you? I just saw you around here. There he is in the back. So Will Allen Dupras is our photographer. He's been doing headshots. He's taken photos at the conference, and he's been amazing to work with. So if any of you need a photographer, you go find Will. He's awesome. Okay, so cool. So we're going to break until 11:30. Is that right, Joe? Yes? Cool, 11:30. So we've got a half an hour break. Go chat. Go see News Revenue Hub, because they have cookies and chocolate croissants, and I had one, and they're awesome. We're going to be back here at 11:30 for 3 lightning talks that are going to be really good. So we'll see you back in.
do local because that's where you can actually make change. The chance that you're gonna change the world, however you want to measure that, is relatively low. At a local level, it's much easier to feed people. It's much easier to ask people what they need. It's much easier to provide information for people, find it, hand deliver it to them. I talk about local news and information through ecological terms because I do see all of the stakeholder groups as interconnected and reliant on one another. I think a lot of us have climate change on our minds. So I think about the metaphor of the exploitation of the Earth's resources and the resulting destruction and destabilization that has occurred. And I think that that is a trend throughout our economy, including in media, including in news and information. I see that with sort of the monocropping of major platforms. We see that with the exploitation of communities for stories. When we're looking at news deserts, we're looking at places that have just been depleted of resources. We know we have to begin restoring the ecosystem so that we can begin to grow towards those really more meaningful changes. But before you can plant a forest, you need to start by planting grasses. Before you can plant the grasses, you have to make sure the soil has nutrients. So like you have to take this step-by-step approach. It's about aerating that soil. We don't need to convince 50% of people to come along with us. We already have the plurality of folks. We need another 10, we need another 20. And we can go so far if we just had a baseline access to local news and information that enabled the sort of civic participation we all wish we had in our communities. But we haven't realized that we actually just need to build towards.
Let's do it.
entrepreneur's biggest problem isn't product, it is ambiguity. The simply unknown. It is ambiguity. The simply unknown. The simply unknown.
As we've gone on, what's been happening is that folks are launching projects, impact projects in our community. Let's do it. Let's do it.
The entrepreneur's biggest problem isn't product, it is ambiguity. The simply unknown.
We use storytelling and media to share power and build power. We not only just look at information gaps across our city, but we also think about communities that we usually don't hear from. Not just, content for folks to engage with, but something tangible. We had to build our own space. Let's do it.
Oh, stop. Figure something else out. We started playing around a lot in Airtable. Airtable, collaboration, community engagement. Oh, stop. We are absolutely still learning every single day. Every single day. Airtable, every single day. Airtable, every single day. It grew from this desire to, write the instruction manual while we were also building and flying the plane, making our learnings as useful to other people as possible. Whatever your commitment or investment in building structures and workflow and process is, just double down on it. Double down on it. Double down on it. Every single day. Every single day.
the more telescopes involved, the sharper the image. They band together for the sake of truth, to bear witness together, and to get a sharper image of the crisis that will shape not only our lives today, but the lives of generations to come. Collaboration can be a powerful equalizer in the media ecosystem. So maybe this is a good moment to pause and appreciate what a radical proposition collaboration is in the context of journalism. The more telescopes involved, the sharper the image. What a radical proposition collaboration is in the context of journalism. Trust is confidence in the face of risk that the other person will do the right thing. 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 When people ask me what was the key, I say the people.
Russia, if you're listening, this never happened to any other president. They're trying to get a redo. We're doing very well. Innocent children. The virus. The virus.
Projects is that organizations reap the benefits of content sharing while maintaining a high level of autonomy and editorial independence. The local, ongoing, and separate collaboration that we looked at in the report is between Charlottesville Tomorrow and the Daily Progress, both in Charlottesville, Virginia. And here, Charlottesville Tomorrow began as a newsletter focused on education issues. And the Daily Progress is the area's legacy print newspaper. The Progress began to print some of Charlottesville Tomorrow's education stories when their newspaper was downsized, and now, hundreds of stories later, they're still involved in a collaboration that's been mutually beneficial. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Again, ongoing project. Co-creating means they're producing the content together. Usually, these types of collaborations have regular editorial meetings or calls. And the most successful in this model have a project manager who oversees the collaboration. May have been sending a reporter. Now just one reporter goes and reports back with the whole collaboration. This model also allows reporters to gain insights from other geographical locations or topic areas that they wouldn't have had access to working alone. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Collaborations in this model, we found several that began with a grant, usually from Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And then they decided to continue after the grant ended by self-funding. They agreed upon an amount that each partner would pay, and that went toward paying for the collaboration manager and for other resources. And we state in the report that this is a promising path forward for collaborations that begin with an initial grant and want to continue after. So the final model is ongoing and integrated. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing collaboration, where organizations are sharing resources at the level of the organization. This model is not yet very common, but we do see it as a really innovative way of addressing some of the challenges of the local media landscape. Editorial hiring and promotions decisions are made completely independently, but they share an ad network, a proprietary platform, or accounting services, or sometimes all three. Collaborations using this model find that sharing back office services creates efficiencies and allows them to hire professionals to do this work, which are usually not the strong suit of journalists. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing and integrated collaborations are not for the faint of heart. You have to be willing to cede control of major aspects of the operation. But those who have taken the plunge do find that the benefits outweigh the costs. Ongoing and co-creating. Ongoing and integrated. Temporary and separate. Ongoing and co-creating. Autonomy and editorial independence. And with that, I will introduce our panel. Our moderator will be the Center's Director, Stephanie Murray.
I'd like to welcome my partner in crime up to the stage, Heather Bryant.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. So yes, my name is Heather Bryant. I work on Project Facet, which is an effort to build and support the infrastructure, the ecosystem, and the community around collaborative journalism. If we think about the life cycle of different journalistic practices, think about the phases from first appearance to complete integration. There's when a practice starts to occur in a more noticeable and frequent way than just an experiment or an aberration. And then there's the assessment phase. This is when early adopters are leading, putting the practice into action. While a significant percentage of non-adopters are monitoring and assessing the usefulness of the practice. Is this going to be valuable? Does this work? And of course, there are always people who are standing in the back of the room going, "You're going to make me do that eventually, aren't you?" The next two phases overlap somewhat, but there is a distinction. There's the adoption phase, when widespread adoption starts to take place. And the form of the practice is largely consistent across adopters because they're pattern matching and they're following the lead of each other. Then there's the adaptation phase. And this is when the experienced practitioners and the new actors with new approaches and new forms of the practice are breaking the patterns and finding new things that can be done and new ways of solving problems using that practice. And then there's integration. Version of the adapted practice becomes integrated into our process. Eventually to the extent that it's no longer a distinct practice. And what's thrilling for us is right now we're in that adoption adaptation phase. More and more organizations are collaborating, and a subset of the most experienced and the newest practitioners, they're starting to stretch our understanding and our ideas of what's possible by trying these things in different ways. They're pushing us to be better. There's so much to do, and it can't be done alone. It's complicated, it's time-consuming, and it's fraught. There is no final battle that we're going to be able to fight where all of this suddenly gets easier. The world isn't getting simpler. The stories aren't getting simpler. But working collaboratively is becoming more and more common and more important than ever. And that is the difference between staying in the fight and being rendered completely incapacitated. So collaboration, true collaboration, effective, ethical, inclusive, equitable collaboration. It's an act of courage and an act of hope by journalists and newsrooms who know that the work to be done is the work that matters. And it will be done by those who are courageous and brave and bold enough to face their mistakes and try to build a better way of doing this work together. And by those who trust in the incredible work that we can do when we do it in partnership. And we're very fortunate because so many of the people speaking today are doing exactly that, and we get to hear about it.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. You do local because that's where you can actually make change. The chance that you're gonna change the world, however you want to measure that, is relatively low. At a local level, it's much easier to feed people. It's much easier to ask people what they need. It's much easier to provide information for people, find it, hand deliver it to them. I talk about local news and information through ecological terms because I do see all of the stakeholder groups as interconnected and reliant on one another. I think a lot of us have climate change on our minds, so I think about the metaphor of the exploitation of the Earth's resources and the resulting destruction and destabilization that has occurred. And I think that that is a trend throughout our economy, including in media, including in news and information. We see that with sort of the monocropping of major platforms. We see that with the exploitation of communities for stories. When we're looking at news deserts, we're looking at places that have just been depleted of resources. We know we have to begin restoring the ecosystem so that we can begin to grow towards those really more meaningful changes. But before you can plant a forest, you need to start by planting grasses. Before you can plant the grasses, you have to make sure the soil has nutrients. So like you have to take this step-by-step approach. It's about aerating that soil. We don't need to convince 50% of people to come along with us. We already have the plurality of folks. We need another 10, we need another 20. And we can go so far if we just had a baseline access to local news and information that enabled the sort of civic participation we all wish we had in our communities. But we haven't realized that we actually just need to build towards.
All right, everybody out in the hall, come on back in. You can talk at lunch. All right, let me make sure I got my folks here. I got Rob, I see Allison and Daryl, and I got Dana. We're good. All right, cool. So just a couple quick things before we get back. Is Rachel Hamada or Lucy Nash in the room? Yes, there you are. Cool. Joe needs access to your both videos. So he's up on the second floor if you want to go talk to him. Yeah, cool. All right. So the music that you hear in between breaks, just so everyone knows, is our CJS Beats playlist. The amazing Joe Amditas has done this for several years now, where he takes the audio from our speakers and puts it over music that he creates. And so the CGS Beats list is pretty cool. So it's on the dashboard. You should check it out. And if you spoke, maybe next year you will be on a CJS Beats track if we do it again. Lunch is next. We've got 3 lightning talks. Boom, boom, boom. And then we're going to eat. If you didn't get your lunch voucher, go ahead and pick it up. I'm happy to offer a recommendation if you need it. We've got a little bit of swag left too, so make sure you grab that. Those cooling towels especially are amazing. The socks are gone. I've had a couple people ask me about the socks. So we're going to put a link on our survey that will go out to you, our email. And if you wanted socks and didn't get them, tell us. And if we get enough folks, we'll order some more socks. Those are pretty cool. I didn't get any socks, so I'm going to be on that list. We've also had folks ask about the slides, and the answer is yes. You will get all of the slides emailed to you next week. You'll get an amazingly well-formatted, bulleted email from Joe that will have links to slides, links to the videos, because we're recording everything in live streaming except for the workshops, and anything and everything else that you could possibly want. So you will get all of that next week. And with that, let's get started with lightning talk. So if you remember from yesterday, these are 7-minute-ish presentations. And we are going to get started with Rob Collins, who is here to talk about the Oklahoma Media Center. Come on up, sir. And the clicker is the top button, and just kind of point it up there. All right.
Whoops. All right, hello. I'm Rob Collins, project manager with the Oklahoma Media Center, and after spending more than 2 decades as a journalist, I turned the page into the nonprofit realm to help the industry I love in another way. So that's through a nonprofit that launched with the help of the local media association and from the Inasmuch Foundation, our initial funder in Oklahoma. OMC is a nonpartisan 501c3 that supports and strengthens local news by spurring innovation through collaboration that benefits diverse audiences. And we're statewide. We provide support through funding for news orgs. We do best practices training, and we also provide collaborative support. Shout out to any Okies in the house here. We have a diverse statewide collaborative, and it ranges really from nonprofit investigative to Black and Indigenous-owned press. We have longstanding publications working alongside startups and broadcast media and student media and public radio. Now, we all know trust is near an all-time low in media, and so we're engaging in this groundbreaking ecosystem project, really trying to move the needle on news consumption habits. This is a Gallup poll from September, and you'll see 34% of Americans trust media to report the news fairly, fully, and accurately. And you all know every newsroom needs more resources, needs more financial support. So this is a multi-phase project, and you'll see that we're going to have traditional scientific polling. We are also working with higher ed researchers collaboratively, and the Democracy Fund paid for our strategic planning, which recommended that we do this project as a group. So the Ecosystem Engagement Project's goal is to find out where citizens get their local news, why they believe or trust that information, and what it would take for them to financially support local news. We received a $40,000 grant from a local foundation, Kirkpatrick Foundation, and they specifically wanted to fund the scientific polling. So for phase one, we picked a reputable in-state pollster, and they're working collaboratively with university research professors at OU and Oklahoma State University. And we're giving them the data, working together so they can push forward now with hyperlocal listening. That first phase polling conducted a survey of 500 registered voters, and we really think this is an unprecedented project because we're designing it for local newsrooms. We have local pollsters working with local academics and researchers, and then we're going to have trainers with local ties and funding projects I'll tell you about by local foundations. So we really think this project is scalable in other states in the country. Now, if we can do this ecosystem project in Oklahoma, which is arguably the reddest state, we really think it could be done anywhere. There's some good news in the data. You'll see that trust. The one thing that unites all Oklahoma journalists is we're wanting to better understand the erosion of trust with audience. It's fascinating to me that nearly every socioeconomic group we polled, and that includes race, gender, religion, and political affiliation, all agreed on two areas to make them trust news more. 75% said transparency and prominently acknowledging mistakes would increase trust, and 56% said they would trust an outlet more if a friend recommended it. So at this time of really profound polarization in the country, everyone feels the same way about transparency and recommendations. It's also important to acknowledge kind of the how the strong consumption of local news correlates with age. This leads to kind of a question that has to be answered. Is it better to get those already consuming local news to move to pay, or is it better to bring new converts into consuming news? On building trust, the closer to home the media source is, the more trusted it becomes, and the less likely to be tied to any kind of partisanship or ideology through the lens of distrust. This polling would tell national media they need to address the ideological divide to improve trust, but that's not necessarily the case with local news. When rating local media by its ideological balance, it shows that really it's in the middle. Equal percentages think it's too conservative or too liberal, which I thought was really interesting. Now, what about paying for journalism? In our poll, 30% of the voters say they have made some kind of financial commitment to funding news during the year. About a quarter pay for a newspaper subscription, and those under 45 are a bit more likely to have paid for at least something for journalism than those 45 to 64. So now we want to expand our understanding beyond this snapshot of registered voters to get to the next phase. And we realize there are limitations with scientific polling. So in phase two, we're interested in understanding the why behind the data. We're currently merging the quantitative with the qualitative, and academic researchers are building on phase one with deep listening. OU and OSU researchers are drilling into rural news deserts and underreported metro areas. Academic researchers are consolidating, organizing, and cleaning data, and they're targeting 4 news deserts in Oklahoma, and then they're going to do a broad sampling statewide and include focus groups in underreported urban areas. We're asking residents if they believe they're in a news desert, what local news they can get, and how they would support local news. And then after the collaborative researchers plan and execute those listening sessions and their focus groups and their strategic interviews, they're going to interpret their results and publish an academic analysis based on interviews by September 1. So this shows you kind of the timeline. Moving into phase 3, I know there are a lot, it's hard to keep track. We're going to have project execution with coaching through collaboration with another nonprofit. So after the academic analysis publishes, the nationally known Trusting News will interpret the findings and then construct kind of a comprehensive plan for all of our OMC news organizations. And Director Joy Mayer will be coming to Oklahoma to kick off training the week of September 18th to help us turn insights into action. That local training will include Joy's presentation, and then we're going to break into smaller groups, and we really want to allow some breakout time for everybody to process and learn what they're hearing together, and we'll be sharing what we learn as well with everybody. Now, for the final phase, in as much as supporting a $100,000 ecosystem engagement fund, it's really an opportunity for our collaborative news orgs to focus on trust with readers based on the findings from our local news ecosystem study. And the news orgs selected to receive stipends from OMC will participate in best practices training and also apply strategies based on scientific and academic research. Local media will work on these data-informed projects with Joy and her veteran team with office hours. They'll provide one-on-one support for this engagement fund program. And then the newsrooms will have until the end of Q1 of '24 to finish their projects. So we've been asked, what kind of projects are you doing? And that's really a great question because honestly, we don't know. That's really what makes the project unique. We're letting the scientific and academic research literally inform our work. So we won't know what kind of projects we'll execute until we get the data in the fall, but we're really excited to learn what this research will discover. And we'll obviously share all of our findings with everyone. And I do want to stress one thing. We really think that this can be applied in other statewide ecosystems, like it's scalable. So we already have a baseline $100,000 for this ecosystem engagement fund, and please note that we are trying to get more beyond the $100,000 to give out to the news orgs to distribute. So thank you so much for letting me talk about our project.
Little long, Rob, but that's okay. Just teasing you. Okay, awesome. So next up, Allison Levine and Daryl LaPrade are going to come talk about the Local Journalism Initiative and its Delaware Journalism Collaborative. So come on up. It's the big button there. Could we switch? Yes, okay, yeah. Just turn on the microphones on your.
Okay, is that on? Somebody nod for me. Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Allison Taylor Levine. I'm the president and founder of the Delaware Local Journalism Initiative, and this is Daryl LaPrade, who is the project manager for our Delaware Journalism Collaborative. The Local Journalism Initiative has a series of projects that we started. I actually have a day job too. I work for the Delaware Community Foundation and started the internship program that we run in partnership with the DCF. And that is a program that is working to deepen the pipeline of reporters from underserved, underrepresented communities, and we place college students in different newsrooms around the state. And in the first year, it was a collaborative internship they all had to share to try to start getting folks to get used to working together because they had never done that before in Delaware and didn't really like each other very much. So that's getting better. Then we partnered with my good friend Fiona Morgan out here to run a statewide ecosystem assessment to kind of get our arms around what's going on in Delaware, and that study is actually on our website if anybody is looking for it. And Fiona and I really love to talk about how that process went because we talked to almost 300 people throughout Delaware and learned just a ton about what people want and need from local news and information in Delaware, and heard loud and clear that one of the messages was they wanted us to work together better. And that also helped us to support the Delaware Journalism Collaborative, which is funded by the Solutions Journalism Network. So thank you to Liza and team for your help with that. And Daryl's going to tell you a little bit about what our collaborative is doing.
Thank you, Allison. As Allison mentioned, my name is Daryl LaPrade, and I got my first job in the media in 1975. So I may be the oldest guy in the room. The mission of our collaborative is is reporting and community engagement to explore the toll that polarization takes on local communities. And in my mind, there's no more important question for a journalist to be reporting on, at least in this historic moment. Our partners are investigating the divisive nature of racial, political, geographic, and cultural polarization. And because we are looking at this through the lens of solution journalism, we're also advancing and suggesting possible suggestions for how Delawareans can work together more effectively. As Allison mentioned, the collaborative was formed in 2022 by the Local Journalism Initiative, and we were underwritten by a two-year grant from the Solutions Journalism Network. Delaware's news media landscape is in some ways very similar to what you see in other states, but it's also in some ways different. We no longer have a daily newspaper in the state. The two dailies have now reduced the number of days that they publish. And we have two chains, one large, a Gannett chain, and then a smaller chain. And the chain newspapers are the ones that have really been shrinking over the last 2 or 3 years. They've killed titles and reduced their newsrooms. But we have a very vital network of independent publishers. And it seems to me that our collaborative is going to go a long way to increasing their newsrooms, the size of their newsrooms. And I think that our goal really is to bring those independent publishers into the network and into our collaborative and to really help them along. What we're attempting to do is to provide, as has been said here several times, multiple entry points into the stories that we report. We have 15 partners in the collaborative, and they include newspapers, public radio. We have a little broadcast studio, and we have podcasters, and we have cyber outlets as well. So we are, frankly, feeling our way along. We did a pretty remarkable story in November of 2022 that I want to just mention. Delaware has something called Return Day, and it is an event considered unique in the United States. And it's celebrated on the Thursday after Election Day, and voters, politicians, and others gather in Georgetown, Delaware, to hear the voting returns certified. And this tradition goes back to 1812. It is symbolically the place and literally the place where the hatchet is buried. There's a big box of sand, politicians gather around it, there's a hatchet, they bury the hatchet. So if there is a place that is, or an event that is more symbolic of getting rid of the polarization that takes place after the election, it's Return Day, but not this year. Part of the tradition of Return Day is that there is a carriage parade that goes through Georgetown, Delaware, and the carriages are housed at the Nutter D. Marvel Carriage Museum, if you can imagine such a thing. And there is a Confederate battle flag that flies there as a memorial to the Delaware soldiers who fought for the South. And as you can also imagine, that caused a uproar this year. And there were politicians, both Democrats and Republicans, that refused to take part in the parade and also refused to take part in Return Day in general. So we reported this out, and it was a terrific series. We did a historical piece on the background of Return Day and what it's meant through the years and how it's changed. And then we did an in-depth piece on how people reacted to the controversy that surrounded it this year. We've also conducted a public opinion survey, and I was delighted to hear Rob's presentation and talk some to him about this already. We put 50 questions to 500 of the state's adults that were selected scientifically to reflect our state's population. And this survey was conducted by the Center for Opinion Research at Franklin Marshall College. It's given us thousands of data points that we will now use for reporting. I am running out of time, but I think she said Rob went over. So That's pretty good. We do have plans for the future. We're going to be doing stories on land use, and we're going to be doing stories on the police and their relationship to the public, media literacy, and changing political attitudes in Delaware. Delaware is now a blue state, but some of the data that came from our public opinion survey indicates that it is moving quickly to a purple state. So, Allison.
Absolutely. All right, so we're doing our internship program, our ecosystem assessment, the collaborative, and I'll just quickly tell you our next big thing is called Spotlight Delaware, which we're working to launch sometime later this year, and it is going to be a collaborative nonprofit newsroom for Delaware that's focused on the impact of public policy on different communities throughout the state based on what we learned in our ecosystem assessment and building on all those muscles that we've been building through the collaborative that Daryl's leading. So keep an eye out for that and check out our website. And sorry we went over time, but thank you so much.
You see there, Joe added you some extra time, too. You're good. Thank you so much. All right, so finally, this is our last lightning talk of the summit. I can't believe it. I'd like to welcome Dana Piccoli to the stage, and she is going to talk about the News is Out Collaborative. So Dana, welcome. And it's that button to advance.
The big one?
Big one.
The big one.
I love your glasses.
Thank you. Oh, the pressure of going right before lunch. All right. Oops, there we go, perfect. Good afternoon, all. My name is Dana Piccoli. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the editor and project manager of News is Out, a queer media collaborative housed under a local media association. The collab is made up of 6 leading LGBTQ+ publications: Bay Area Reporter, Dallas Voice, Philadelphia Gay News, Tag Magazine, Washington Blade, and Windy City Times. Together, we are working to advance LGBTQ equality through solutions-oriented journalism in the face of continued discrimination, which is why you all brought me here to talk. But before we get into that, I want to take a step back to 1996. This is baby gay Dana. Some questionable fashion choices aside, my freshman year in college. I was lucky to escape my all-girls Catholic high school relatively unscathed as an out queer person. However, one day I returned from a weekend at home in college to find Dana the Dyke scrawled in permanent marker on my dorm room door. I learned a few big lessons from that experience. The first was not everyone was going to understand or embrace me as a queer person. That night, I wrote an open letter to whoever did this, telling them I would not be backing down, and in fact, they had only emboldened me. I taped the letter to my door, which was now streaky with industrial-grade solvent to melt away the slur. The second lesson I learned came as a surprise. I woke up to find that people who lived on my floor, down the hall, and other floors, had signed their names to my letter in support. Some people I only knew in passing. It taught me the power of community and allyship that sent me on a course of over 20 years of activism. I'm thankful for those years because it gives me the strength to deal with this. This anti-LGBTQ rhetoric has infiltrated state houses and school boards, has emptied library shelves of vital representation, and sent families of transgender children fleeing from states like Florida and Texas. To be completely honest, even that queer kid you saw in 1996 never saw this level of fear and vitriol that I am seeing now. In 2023, there has been unprecedented backlash to the LGBTQ community's long-fought legal battles and social gains. The amount of these bills has doubled since 2020. What's a queer journalist to do? That gets to why I'm here. I was invited to speak about shepherding a queer media collaborative while the communities we support are being attacked. The thing is, I'm not the only shepherd. I'm one of many. I am honored to run the day-to-day operations along with these shepherds. These are the members of News Is Out, pioneers that I learn from every day. Some of them marched at Stonewall, fought for HIV and AIDS patients to be treated with dignity, and for life-saving medicines to be developed while the government turned their backs on the gay community. They are modern warriors in a fight that never ends. Along with these publishers, very much like those dorm mates who signed my letter 27 years ago, we are buoyed by dedicated allies, or perhaps a better word would be accomplices, who have made our fight theirs. Together we fight, we write, we amplify the voices of our community at a time when we need it most. So how do we do that? We cover the news that is affecting our readers, from poisonous new bills making their way through the state houses to the day-to-day authentic news stories of our community. You can get that. Commentary pieces that show the strength and vulnerability of our community leaders. The News Is Out publishers have written over 50 commentary pieces this year about everything from the history of the LGBTQ community to queer families fighting against homophobia and transphobia. 2022 was a banner year, seeing more queer and trans candidates than ever before in U.S. history elected to offices around the country. People like Representative Zoe Zephyr of Montana show us how important it is to elect LGBT officials who bring their life experience and lead their communities during these callous and cruel times. Finally, queer and trans joy is vital. If all you hear in media is how painful and devastating it is to be LGBT right now, we would be failing our job as shepherds. Joy is necessary. It's why we have Pride. Happy Pride. When the world wants you to be quiet, Pride brings a month full of joyful celebration of self and community. As shepherds, it's our duty to provide outlets for joy. As difficult as it is to wake up every morning and see a new hateful bill or white supremacists threatening another drag story hour, our collaboration is a place of hope and tenacity. Together, we share thoughts and ideas, frustrations and celebrations, and more importantly, a shared vision for a better future for queer media. Thank you.
I just said, damn, Dana. Joe's up there and he's like, that's going to be a track next year. That's going to be a track. So thank you. Thank you so much to our Lightning Talk speakers. We are going to break for lunch. We're going to be back here at 1. We're going to be back in here at 1 for a fantastic presentation from some friends over the pond from the United Kingdom. And then after that, we'll be upstairs for workshops for the rest of the afternoon. So go next door to get lunch. Remember how to get out there. Make a right into Western Market, all the way to the back. Enjoy, and 1 o'clock. See you back here. Yay!
Around it. We sometimes disguise it beneath objectivity. But what we do as journalists is influence and change society for better or worse. Fortunately, power is infinite. I'm going to repeat this a few times, so I want to just unpack it a bit and take a step back. Eric Liu writes about this in his book, You're More Powerful Than You Think. It's Fundamental Laws of Power. The first is that power concentrates. As does powerlessness, as does impact. The second is that power justifies itself. It creates narratives to explain why the people who have power should keep that power. Fortunately, we have this third law. There is no limit on the amount of power citizens can generate. I want to just unpack it a bit and take a step back. Impact is another word for power because impact is the ability to produce intended effects. When your story prompts a plot hole to be fixed, or a financial audit of the government, or the mayor to be fired for corruption, or the president to be impeached, someone working on that? That's impact right there. Engagement is a growing field in journalism that many of us here practice. I've been hearing a lot about it today and really loving the conversations I've been hearing. The core tenets of engagement can be described in many ways, but one of my favorites is that it builds relationships with people formerly known as the audience. Engagement can lead to a variety of positive outcomes, like social media engagement, listener-driven questions, attendance at your events, relationships between the newsroom and the public, among many, many others. Equipping, however, is about agency. It's about providing access opportunities for participation and production. Equipping is about teaching and interactive learning. It's about exchanging skills and resources. It is a redistribution of power between institutions and individuals. And it scares the hell out of people in power for good reason. Equipping is recognizing that there is no cap on the amount of power people can create. Power is infinite. Recognizing that power that people already have, and providing access to resources that build power in the public. The difference here is pretty key. With the orders that equip, your community causes the mayor to be fired for corruption, or that pothole to get fixed, or the financial audit of local government. And in the process, trust rooted in experience can be created between your newsroom and the public. So I want to propose a more unified vision for journalism here. As journalists, we are great at informing. We are getting much better at engaging, but we have a ways to go in equipping. But I believe that journalism that strengthens democracy will do all three. So, don't just engage, equip. Don't just engage. Don't just engage. Equip. Don't just engage. Equip. Don't just engage. Equip.
The more telescopes involved, the sharper the image. They band together for the sake of truth, to bear witness together, and to get a sharper image of the crisis that will shape not only our lives today, but the lives of generations to come. Collaboration can be a powerful equalizer in the media ecosystem. So maybe this is a good moment to pause and appreciate what a radical proposition collaboration is in the context of journalism. The more telescopes involved, the sharper the image. What a radical proposition collaboration is in the context of journalism. Trust is confidence in the face of risk that the other person will do the right thing. 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 When people ask me what was the key, I say the people. Do
like a tool for justice. Media justice and the fight around media I've always seen as like the invisible war. What we're fighting for is not just about breaking glass ceilings or diversity of ownership, but actually lifting the floor for everyone. The easiest way to deal with disinformation is to strengthen local news. The answer isn't just to tell them, oh, you know, don't believe the disinformation campaigns. It's to like fix the systems. I feel like in this particular space I'm preaching to the choir because I'm not going to necessarily say something that feels different to you guys. But like, it's always shocking to me when I go into a lot of spaces how much people don't think of the importance of local advocacy. Like, I feel like people say they're about it, and then when you want to have the conversation about it, they're kind of like, but what if it's unfair? What if it's like whatever? And it's just kind of like, I don't want to be flippant about saying we should just do it, but like, I don't know. Stop fucking around and just do it. Do it.
I'm Danielle Purefoy, and I'm the Race and Place editor at Scalawag. I don't have slides today, but yeah, I'm just going to give you a bit of a story about our collaboration. Scalawag is a 5-year-old magazine and media organization headquartered in Durham, North Carolina, devoted to journalism and storytelling that illuminates dissent, unsettles dominant narratives, pursues justice and liberation, and stands in solidarity with marginalized people and communities across the South. And today I'm going to talk with you a little bit about one of our collaborative projects with a writer who is currently incarcerated on death row in North Carolina. So about 4 years ago, a former editor of Scalawag approached our team about a writing workshop he was facilitating with death row prisoners at Raleigh's Central Prison. One of the participants, Lyle May, had already written a memoir and was seeking an opportunity to write more for the public. Specifically, he wanted to write about the problems with the education and parole policies in North Carolina's prison system. Lyle was sentenced to death in 1999 at 21 years old. He told me that prison was where he grew up, where he decided to pursue his education as he goes through the decades-long appeals process to be released from prison. Death row prisoners in North Carolina do not have access to publicly funded education. Unlike the general prison population, they are deemed unworthy of such privileges. The resources are considered wasted on them. Of the 140 men currently on death row, Lyle is one of the only prisoners who has attained an advanced degree while incarcerated. deferral is granted, he faces another grim possibility: life without parole. Lyle views it as simply another way to make prisoners disposable. His 2018 essay with us, Life Without Parole, A Silent Execution, is still one of Scalawag's best circulating articles and is now taught in courses on criminal justice reform at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and has been taught in a writing seminar at Duke University. Scalawag's collaboration with Lyle has been fruitful for us both. The dozen or so essays he's written for us have led to invitations for university lectures, writing opportunities for major education media outlets like Inside Higher Ed, radio and podcast interviews, and most recently, he had an interview with CNN's medical correspondent Sanjay Gupta about the impacts of COVID-19 in prisons. He carries Scalawag's name with him to all of these venues, and we see the impacts in our increased traffic to our website and engagement with our overall work. Every couple of months, I take the 45-minute drive from Durham to Raleigh to visit Lyle at Central Prison. Every time, I have to leave everything but my keys and photo ID in my car. I walk through an automatic door to a room that is empty, except for a glass case detailing a celebratory history of the prison and a wall lined with Central Prison t-shirts sold as souvenirs to tourists. The elevator takes me to the row of cell rooms, and I always find Lyle in one of them, grinning and ready for our 2-hour conversation. We talk about everything: life inside, life outside, his writing projects, his classes, how thumb drives work. The last time I visited Lyle, before the pandemic shut down all visitation privileges, he told me that the $500 check he received from Scalawag for his last story on how prisons routinely violate freedom of the press was the largest paycheck he'd received in his life. He is 42 years old. Our team has learned many lessons throughout our collaboration with Lyle and other prisoners, but this is one of the most important. Though we are committed to paying all of our writers, Lyle helped us realize that paying incarcerated writers in particular has exponential impacts on their ability to both survive and to keep speaking truth to power. Thank you. Let's do it. New Jersey as a North resident to think about how to bring in different different perspectives from residents? How do we tell other stories and really center that in our news coverage? And I couldn't imagine doing that work and not including community as part of that. And so I thought, why not have residents come and not just share their stories, but we equip them to tell their stories themselves? And how do we also use that training and this space to ultimately look at how we can fill information gaps across the city more?
And there's a question that we all seem to have, which is, why isn't the city producing more superstars? And I'll answer that question with a quote by a great philosopher named Grant Cardone. The entrepreneur's biggest problem isn't product, it is ambiguity. They're simply unknown. It is ambiguity. They're simply unknown. They're simply unknown.
As we've gone on, what's been happening is that folks are launching projects, impact projects in our community. Let's do it. Let's do it.
The entrepreneur's biggest problem isn't product, it is ambiguity. They're simply unknown.
We use storytelling and media to share power and build power. We not only just look at information gaps across our city, but we also think about communities that we usually don't hear from. Not just, content for folks to engage with, but something tangible. We had to build our own space. Let's do it.
I wanted to talk a little bit about equity and equitable partnerships. We talk a lot about diversity. We talk about different ways of addressing this right here. A word that I think we tend to forget about a lot is power. Power is everywhere.
Everywhere, 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 everywhere.
Humans were programmed to do two things, which is to reproduce the human species and to replicate power structures.
Everywhere, 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 everywhere.
one thing that I'm very aware of is the extractive nature of journalism. It's never about what is getting done, what can be done, and that's what our community wants to know. We know we're oppressed, you know, like, and I call it, sometimes I say there's something that we in journalism sometimes fall into this trap of like I call it duh journalism, where it's kind of like, hey, guess what's happening in your community? And the people who've been living it are kind of like, yeah, we know. We want to go beyond just you telling us what the problem is, to being able to think about what some of the solutions are. For us to be able to have time and space to think through who we're going to partner with to make our work as impactful and meaningful as possible. Different folks bring different things to the table, bring different needs, and want to participate. It's just a matter of us saying, okay, where are you at, and how can we support that work? Power is everywhere.
Everywhere.
My name is Evan Sanchez. I'm a local entrepreneur and Atlantic City resident. I'm here with Ali Nunzi and Mike Rispoli to talk about stories of Atlantic City. So why Atlantic City? Atlantic City has suffered from what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie calls the danger of a single story. When people think of Atlantic City, they all too often think of just one story: casinos. And while the casinos are a part of our story, it's far too narrow and has led to a limited understanding of our city both locally and beyond. Atlantic City is a microcosm of the world, filled with schools where 40 languages are spoken, natural beauty like our free beaches, and a wonderfully rich history that includes a legendary jazz legacy. It is true that we have problems of all cities: poverty, homelessness, addiction, and more. But with a population under 40,000, it means we have an incredible opportunity to be a hub for experimentation, to solve the problems that are facing all places in a very small place. Many of us felt that our stories, the real ones, the messy ones, the important ones, weren't being amplified. Proud to say that the movement started that night has surfaced and spotlighted previously untold, important Atlantic City specific stories through the Stories of Atlantic City initiative. The work must continue because Atlantic City is so much more than just a casino city. It is diverse, it is beautiful, it has the potential to solve big problems and once again become a world-class city. But only if we change the story.
One thing that we want you to understand is what was missing. I'm sure if your newsroom asked you to take time out and foster caring, genuine relationships with people of the community, you would probably have a challenging time finding a few extra minutes, even in your most well-intended day.
I've used the 10.
That's where people people like myself, the non-journalists, come in. It's crucial that we encourage you to identify key partners that already have established trusting relationships with people in the community. People know me, people know my team, and people know that they can trust us. We're here today to point out the not so obvious. The forgotten folks that have been raising their families in these neighborhoods for generations. The people that care for their neighbor even when the city seemingly doesn't. The people championing their environment with every card stacked against them. People that promote the human spirit even when basic needs aren't even being met. It takes a depth of courage, humility, and vulnerability, not only to see, but to listen for what's really going on, beyond the obvious, beyond the biases that you may have about your own community. What we learned when we leaned in a bit more in our own city is that people take care of other people. So my question to you is, can you identify key partners that you might work with as an access to more authentic conversations in your community? What we know is that our words create our worlds. The stories we tell and what we tell our children is what they live into. We're accountable for better stories that share the fullness of who we are.
Really different than what a lot of collaborations in journalism look like. This was something that was led by the community and not the newsroom. As someone who is a former journalist and is now a community organizer, I think that there's a lot of things that journalists who are interested in doing collaborations can learn from organizers. Your success is your community's success, and if you want to be successful, you need to work with people and get as many stakeholders invested in collective success and justice. Even if you're a journalist, even if you find it challenging and maybe a little uncomfortable, your future depends on collaborating with the community. And we need to stop thinking about the community as a liability. Instead, your community is your greatest asset. You know, if anything, community newsroom collaborations strengthen journalism, and it makes it more reflective of the democracy that it's supposed to uphold. Criticize your work, call the community in and activate them. If you're tired of feeling overworked, that you don't have enough time to find all those rich stories out there, call the community in and activate them. If you're tired of feeling that the public just doesn't understand the value of journalism and what you do, call the community in and activate them. What's exciting about community newsroom collaborations like this, like the Stories of Atlantic City project, is that the community stops just being news consumers. Instead, they're constituents for local journalism. Thank you.
Oh, stop. Figure something else out. We started playing around a lot in Airtable. Airtable, collaboration, community engagement. Oh, stop. We are absolutely still learning every single day. Every single day. Every single day. every single day. It grew from this desire to, write the instruction manual while we were also building and flying the plane, making our learnings as useful to other people as possible. Whatever your commitment or investment in building structures and workflow and process is, just double down on it. Double down on it. Double down on it. Every single day. figure something else out. We started playing around a lot in Airtable. Collaboration, community engagement. Oh, stop! We are absolutely still learning every single day. Every single day. Airtable, every single day. Airtable, every single day. It grew from this desire to, write the instruction manual while we were also building and flying the plane, making our learnings as useful to other people as possible. Whatever your commitment or investment in building structures and workflow and process is, just double down on it. Double down on it. Double down on it. Every single day. Every single day.
Projects is that organizations reap the benefits of content sharing while maintaining a high level of autonomy and editorial independence. The local, ongoing, and separate collaboration that we looked at in the report is between Charlottesville Tomorrow and the Daily Progress, both in Charlottesville, Virginia. And here, Charlottesville Tomorrow began as a newsletter focused on education issues, and the Daily Progress is the area's legacy print newspaper. The Progress began to print some of Charlottesville Tomorrow's education stories when their newspaper was downsized, and now, hundreds of stories later, they're still involved in a collaboration that's been mutually beneficial. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. an ongoing project. Co-creating means they're producing the content together. Usually these types of collaborations have regular editorial meetings or calls. And the most successful in this model have a project manager who oversees the collaboration. Where all of the partners may have been sending a reporter, now just one reporter goes and reports back with the whole collaboration. This model also allows reporters to gain insights from other geographical locations or topic areas they wouldn't have had access to. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Collaborations in this model, we found several that began with a grant, usually from Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And then they decided to continue after the grant ended by self-funding. They agreed upon an amount that each partner would pay, and that went toward paying for the collaboration manager and for other resources. And we state in the report that this is a promising path forward for collaborations that begin with an initial grant and want to continue after. So the final model is ongoing and integrated. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing collaboration, where organizations are sharing resources at the level of the organization. This model is not yet very common, but we do see it as a really innovative way of addressing some of the challenges of the local media landscape. Editorial hiring and promotions decisions are made completely independently, but they share an ad network, a proprietary platform, or accounting services, or sometimes all three. Collaborations using this model find that sharing back office services creates efficiencies and allows them to hire professionals to do this work, which are usually not the strong suit of journalists. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing and integrated collaborations are not for the faint of heart. You have to be willing to cede control of major aspects of the operation. But those who dream of taking the plunge, you find that the benefits outweigh the cost. Ongoing and co-creating. Ongoing and integrated. Temporary and separate. Ongoing and co-creating. Autonomy and editorial independence. And with that, I will introduce our panel. Our moderator will be the Center's Director, Stephanie Murray.
I would like to welcome my partner in crime up to the stage, Heather Bryant.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. So yes, my name is Heather Bryant. I work on Project Facet, which is an effort to build and support the infrastructure, the ecosystem, and the community around collaborative journalism. If we think about the life cycle of different journalistic practices, think about the phases from first appearance to complete integration. There's when a practice starts to occur in a more noticeable and frequent way than just an experiment or an aberration. And then there's the assessment phase. This is when early adopters are leading, putting the practice into action. While a significant percentage of non-adopters are monitoring and assessing the usefulness of the practice. Is this going to be valuable? Does this work? And of course, there are always people who are standing in the back of the room going, you're going to make me do that eventually, aren't you? The next two phases overlap somewhat, but there is a distinction. There's the adoption phase, when widespread adoption starts to take place. And the form of the practice is largely consistent across adopters because they're pattern matching and they're following the lead of each other. Then there's the adaptation phase. And this is when the experienced practitioners and the new actors with new approaches and new forms of the practice are breaking the pattern and finding new things that can be done and new new ways of solving problems using that practice. And then there's integration. When a successful version of the adapted practice becomes integrated into our process, eventually to the extent that it's no longer a distinct practice. And what's thrilling for us is right now we're in that adoption adaptation phase. More and more organizations are collaborating, and a subset of the most experienced and the newest practitioners, they're starting to stretch our understanding and our ideas of what's possible by trying these things in different ways. They're pushing us to be better. There's so much to do, and it can't be done alone. It's complicated, it's time-consuming, and it's fraught. There is no final battle that we're going to be able to fight where all of this suddenly gets easier. The world isn't getting simpler, the stories aren't getting simpler. But working collaboratively is becoming more and more common and more important than ever. And that is the difference between staying in the fight and being rendered completely incapacitated. So collaboration, true collaboration, effective, ethical, inclusive, equitable collaboration, it's an act of courage and an act of hope by journalists and newsrooms who know that the work to be done is the work that matters. And it will be done by those who are courageous and brave and bold enough to face it.
All right, we're keeping on time today. Woo! It's 1:01, actually. I'm a minute late. It's okay. I blame you, Toby. All right, hi, everybody. Welcome back. If you're in the hallways, I see you. Come on in, have a seat. There's plenty of seats over here. I know people are still probably going to be filtering in from lunch. I see more people in the hall, so Lucy and Rachel, just expect that. People will probably be still filtering in. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is our last session to end here on the main stage. And then after this, we go upstairs for workshops. So we have an awesome conversation coming up right now, and then we have some really amazing workshops. And when Lucy and Rachel are done with their presentation, I'm going to come back and I'm going to go through the workshops again real quick, just so everyone knows, but it's also in your program. I'd like to welcome Lucy Nash and Rachel Hamada to the stage. They're going to talk about the Bureau of Investigative Journalism in the United Kingdom. So I believe they win the award for coming the furthest. Woo! Point it up there when you click it. Right. And those waters should be good.
Thank you very much.
So hello and welcome to our presentation. Sorry.
There you go.
Is this working? Yeah. So welcome to our presentation. As Stephanie said, Rachel and I come from the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. The Bureau is, as it says in the name, a newsroom, an investigative newsroom in the UK. We're the largest non-profit newsroom. We were started in 2010, and our founders started us as they kind of saw investigative journalism diminishing. With time and money restraints, people weren't spending as much time really digging deep. So we were started to try and counterbalance that. And our work is incredibly varied, as we'll go into kind of more detail. We've got a global team and a local team, and our investigations have ranged from a project called the Shadow War Project, which looked into drone strikes in Afghanistan. And as a result of our reporting, we managed to get the US military to admit to killing a child, which we were kind of very pleased with that impact. One of the kind of defining features about our newsroom is that we don't just want to report matters, like a lot of you here, we also want there to be real impact. I work more on the legislative impact, and my colleague Rachel works on the local impact and the community impact. Yeah, I will click through.
I'm not absolutely sure if the clicker's working.
Green button.
Yeah.
Up. Maybe point.
Oh, this one. The button that was so obvious I couldn't even see it. Okay. Thank you very much.
So our title of the presentation is Sparking Change Through Investigative Journalism, from Grassroots to Legislation. And I've kind of gone over this and explained a little bit about what our work is. And I'm going to hand over to Rachel to talk about the local project.
Okay, thanks. So I've worked for about, over 5 years now in a project called the Bureau Local, which some of you may have heard of. So we sit within the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, but our focus is kind of on the domestic stories. So we work on stories within the UK. We kind of started off effectively as a data unit, so very much kind of on the data journalism side, with the aim of gathering kind of big and complicated data sets that cover lots of local areas across the UK, that we then share out with partners so that they can report on the stories locally. We were set up very much to address the local news crisis, so as has been happening here, the same has been happening very much in the UK in terms of journalists losing their jobs, papers closing, papers being consolidated, and kind of generally things slimming down a lot on the local news front, more emergence of news deserts. So that was very much the principle behind our founding. We have a core team across the country, so I'm based in Edinburgh in Scotland, and I have colleagues all over the UK, so a lot of us work remotely and then kind of congregate once in a while to meet face to face. But it does mean that we're kind of embedded in different communities across the country rather than being London-centric, which is great. And then the Bureau, when we set up, the aim was to kind of help support and service local newsrooms across the country. So we set up a network, and the idea was that people would join the network who are local reporters, and that would be how it would work. But as it happened, when we launched the network, lots and lots of people interested who weren't local reporters. So we had people who were campaigners and activists, people who were lawyers, people who were coders, people from kind of all sorts of skill backgrounds wanted to join. So we kind of recalibrated the network a bit to reflect that. And there's a phrase that we call kind of acts of journalism, that not everyone has to be a journalist to necessarily be part of producing a journalistic project. There can be kind of tasks and inputs and stuff that different people can get involved with that allow them to play a really kind of meaningful role in the end product. So that was our original model, which has been going for, as I say, just over 5 years. In fact, I think we might be coming up to our 6th birthday now. Thank you. In terms of our editorial focuses, which are slightly different from the global team, I mean, the key word really is inequality. Like, all of our stories are investigating inequality. There's a phrase that we use called people under pressure. So I guess it's a phrase that kind of encapsulates lots of the different things that people are trying to deal with in their daily lives. So it could be kind of economic and cost of living pressures. Cost of living is really kind of a huge issue in the UK at the moment. Work pressures and insecure employment, different treatment in the justice system, the education system, health services, etc. And some of our historic focuses have included police stop and search, access to places at domestic violence refuges, and also deaths of people experiencing homelessness. So the Bureau Local has had community organisers as a specific role for over 5 years now, and I am a community organiser as well as a journalist. And the purpose of that really is to kind of embed bringing communities into our work at a really, really early stage, and making sure that editorial decisions aren't being made from an ivory tower and kind of decided by people who aren't living the lives that we're reporting on. And it's also really important for us that we look at stories not as one-offs. All our work is systemic. We look at stories very much in a wider context, and we always try to make sure that we're kind of understanding the power and the power dynamics. So we'll often do things like systems mapping and power mapping to try and understand the kind of framework of a situation before we start reporting on it. This is a kind of a rough, all of our stories are slightly different. They all take slightly different shapes depending on the people we're working with and the topics, but broadly speaking, this is the life cycle of a story. So yeah, the first thing we do is surfacing an issue. So often that will be with a particular community. We'll work out what is the thing that's affecting them the most day to day. We'll kind of test different potential topics. There might be a problem that someone's having that is very much a one-off problem that would be great for a local paper to report on, but what we're trying to surface is the things that are systemic, that are popping up in lots of different places across the country. So we'll do quite a lot of scoping to kind of see where we're going with the story. You know, we'll be thinking of impact quite early on. Are there particular impacts that we want to get? And we will test the story with communities again to say, is this the thing we should be reporting on, or is there something else that's more important? We'll then bring the story to the network that I mentioned before and start the collaboration process. So some people might be particularly interested in one topic and want to get engaged on that, someone another. We then form a coalition around a story, and we work on developing that story together, finally on telling the story and publishing it, and then on producing some kind of lasting impact and change from the story. And I suppose the other thing that's not necessarily on there is we really want to avoid kind of parachuting in and then leaving. So we'll always try and have kind of several touches on a story, or try and hand over to someone else to do some work to take it on from the story that we've published. So I can give kind of concrete examples of that if people are interested.
So Bureau Global, we've got kind of 5 main teams in Bureau Global. We look at global health. My colleague in global health has been looking at ineffective cancer drugs, which are kind of resulting in the deaths of children. And we make sure once we've done these stories that we're briefing kind of the doctors, we're making sure that the NHS knows about this. We make sure that the people who can make these decisions are aware of what's going on. We've got Big Tech, which has been looking recently at the humans who are monitoring the big technologies content. So the kind of very poor people who have to look through, sadly, lots of kind of pornography on kind of social media, and they are kind of censoring it, and the impact on the humans as a result of this. We've got an environment team, an enablers team. That's my team. So my team look at how the UK and often London facilitates global corruption, and they kind of enable dictators and oligarchs to get away with kind of hiding their money and human rights abuses. And we've got a big tobacco team that's been focused recently on vapes. So like Rachel said, everything that we do, we try and make sure that there's impact. We're not just reporters. We want there to be a result of our work. So every time that we are kind of scoping a story, are researching a story, are publishing, we're always thinking about who we want to reach, why we want to reach them, and how we want to reach them. So it's quite a tactical process.
Okay, I'm picking. Is that on? Yeah. I'm picking up again just to talk a little bit about specific examples of the Bureau Locals work, because I think it's quite useful just to kind of walk through a few stories and let you know kind of how we came across them and how they developed. So the first one I wanted to look at was, can I grab the clicker actually? Disabled Facilities Grant. So this is a scheme in the UK that allows people with lots of different types of disabilities to get adaptations funded to their homes, basically so that they can live full lives and are not kind of impeded in any way from living good lives in their own houses. So with disabled facility grants, the UK government says that the maximum waiting time from kind of beginning to end of the process should be 18 months. But we found out through freedom of information requests that in many areas people had to wait over a year even to get the process started, let alone completed. In the meantime, people were having to use portable toilets in their kitchen, shower with hoses in their garden. Quite a few stories of people trapped in just one room of their house, unable to move around. The picture that's featured up here is some twins called Rihanna and Lauren. And Lauren cares for her sister Rihanna quite a lot of the time, but Rihanna is trapped. She's able to go between her bedroom and the living room of the house, but she can't go anywhere else in the house, so she hasn't seen her sister's room in I don't know, a decade or something. Her sister has to show her photos of where she sleeps. So they're kind of one of the many people that we spoke to who have been trying to get a grant through to make their home more suitable and have been unable to thus far. Our team, as a result of the investigation, we briefed charities such as AIDS UK, Parkinson's UK. We also submitted evidence to the Adult Social Care Committee of the House of Lords at Westminster. There's probably the biggest charity, disabled-led charity in London, Inclusion London, asked local election candidates to sign a pledge to ensure faster completion of this process. And Lauren, who was in the previous picture, told us after the investigation that she was really happy that there are still ethical journalists that will advocate for the community. So that was really encouraging. The guy in the picture above is a guy called Peter Gilroy, who lives in Sunderland in the northeast of England. He has quite severe diabetes and was unable to properly cook in his own kitchen because of the low level of the oven. He had to literally get out of his wheelchair onto the floor to be able to cook. It was very dangerous. He was burning himself, and the advice from his local council was just eat microwave meals. So obviously for someone with diabetes, this is totally crazy. But as a result of the work that we did, the council finally sorted him out. He got a new kitchen. He's now like baking stuff from scratch again, and generally really happy with the results. So that's kind of one nice outcome from our work. And I guess sometimes some of the impacts that affect you the most are often the kind of individual personal level ones. Another story that we've done quite recently is on seasonal workers. So there's a seasonal workers scheme in the UK. There's a shortage of people to pick kind of soft fruit, salad, etc. in the UK. The UK government set up a seasonal worker scheme, but we found that the scheme had left many people in debt and also working in horrendous conditions. People were also being overcharged for poor and quite often dangerous accommodation. We found that there was no regulation or enforcement of fair working conditions in this sector. And one kind of participant in our work who came from Kazakhstan said, even in our post-Soviet Union countries, no one runs a business like that by making people live in such terrible conditions. It was a piece of work where one of our journalists and community organisers interviewed over 50 seasonal workers, and as you can imagine, they're quite a difficult community to reach because they come from lots of countries all over the world and living in quite insecure situations. And so he did a really kind of pretty deep piece of work on this, and he is later this month giving evidence again to the House of Lords. He was asked to come in and share his data, but he said, it will be better if you can actually hear from the humans affected rather than just having another journalist in sharing data. So he's going there later this month with a group of about 5 seasonal workers, all to kind of feed back to politicians about what their experiences have been. He's also shortly speaking to investors who invest in some of the companies that use these farms. And one major UK supermarket has pledged to end its contracts with one of the main suppliers that uses these farms. There's a quick video I'm going to show you just from one of the seasonal workers who took part in the project. I think do I need to press play? Play.
Sunita Kadkar worked for EU Plants Limited's Manor Farm for nearly a month and was paid just over £400. She's one of the more than 20 workers who told the Bureau of Investigative Journalism they had been underpaid while working on British farms.
In our contract, they sent us that contract, it was written, it will be hourly paid, okay? But when we went to that farm, we had a little meeting, and then manager, she told us it will be piece rate. So we thought it will be good, better than hourly paid actually. But when we got that pay slip, it was really like shocking because it was really less.
And how does it make you feel, the way they were treating you guys?
Really bad actually, emotionally break and everything, because we leave our family and everyone there. We came here to learn something new also, and then obviously like earn money, right? But their behaviors break us really badly, and then after like everything like management and and then after working environment and everything really bad. So yeah, the experience was not good.
And do you have to pay for electricity and for gas and for other things like that?
Manor farm, yeah, we need to pay for electricity. They don't even provide us heaters. That's a really bad thing. And not even like giving us gloves, you know.
Okay, and then the next story I want to talk about is one on Thurrock Council, which is a local authority in England that provides services for a particular kind of area. We found out that this council, particularly their finance director, had been playing very fast and loose with public money. So the council had borrowed £1 billion from other councils. It had also gambled £650 million on failed solar farm deals. So the guy in the picture is a guy called Liam Kavanagh. And he made arrangements with this particular council for them to invest in a bunch of solar farms that he was representing, and made quite a lot of money out of that. The council now has a £500 million hole in its budget. There's a fairly huge kind of existential threat to the communities that it's supposed to serve, who are very likely to lose vital services, also assets like community centres, and indeed their local theatre. The council really tried to keep residents in the dark about the risks that it was taking, and the Bureau spent 3 years fighting through freedom of information to try and get the true numbers released. Some of the impact was that the council leader resigned, the government sent in inspectors to see what was going on at the council, and then there were also public protests based on our investigation findings.
I've used the Thames side on and off for most of it.
I'm going to skip that video just because we're a little bit behind time, but yeah, there were a lot of people that protested in front of one of the recent council budget meetings, and this was all based off our work. So people were basically saying that they didn't want to pay through their services for the gambling debts that had been accrued by kind of council irresponsibility. The next story I'm going on to is the vaccine maze. So this was a health inequality project that we did during COVID that looked at how difficult it was for undocumented migrants to get vaccinated for COVID. And this was a piece of work. We produced an interactive game that represented the idea of a maze. I'm happy to share the link for this afterwards, but basically it showed that whatever route you took, you would meet obstacles, and it shows how much time goes past as you're trying successfully to get access to the vaccine. Fundamentally, what the biggest issue was that doctors in the UK, so GP surgeries, they are told by the National Health Service that they should allow undocumented migrants to register, but in practice, most of them were not letting them. So we did a secret shopper piece of work in this case where we called round GP surgeries in cities across the UK to test whether they would take on a sample patient. And we found that it was something like 8 out of 10 GP surgeries turned that person down. And without that NHS number, most people could not then access the COVID vaccine. So obviously a lot of people were then going unvaccinated and at risk. That was a story where we collaborated a lot with undocumented migrants themselves and also worked with them to kind of test the services and find out where the biggest issues were. But we heard in one case there was a pop-up vaccine clinic run by the Filipino community in London, and we heard of someone coming from as far as Inverness in the north of Scotland all the way down to London just so they could get vaccinated because they couldn't find any other way to do it. After the investigation, lots of people signed an open letter to GPs to try and get more GPs to deal with the issue properly. But a lot more GPs also signed up to the Safe Surgeries program, which is run by Doctor of the World, and that involves training doctors and doctors' surgery staff to make sure that they're much more aware of what they should be doing in terms of processing people when they come to the surgery appropriately. And then last one, quickly, Deliveroo. So this was quite an exciting piece of work. This was from a couple of years ago now. We had an initiative called Is Work Working? So we wanted to look at insecure employment, but we didn't know what we should look at. So we did a call out and we asked people to pitch ideas. And we worked with the Daily Mirror, which is a big tabloid newspaper in the UK, for reach. And a couple of people came forward who were really keen to explore how people were being treated through food delivery services, what people were really earning. So we worked with riders to kind of crack the Deliveroo algorithm by gathering data from lots of different riders across the UK. We worked out that some riders were effectively being paid less than £2 an hour. and also encountering quite dangerous situations. And as part of the process, we had riders work with us as reporters, and this was nominated for an award at the British Press Awards, and we made sure that we brought a lot of the riders who were part of the process along with us to the awards ceremony. So again, happy to talk more about that piece of work if anyone's interested. I'll hand over to Lucy just to talk a bit about some of the Bureau global stories.
So I'm going to very quickly talk about a few of our global stories, and I'm going to whiz through them because I want to make sure that we've got time to actually speak about the legislative impact and what we're doing to get this information in front of politicians. So quickly, the first one that I'm going to speak about is a project we did in Lima about children being targeted for the sale of tobacco products. So going back to the impact strategy of who, why and how, who is going to benefit from this reporting? It's the children and it's their parents. Why are we doing this story? We're doing this story to educate and to protect the children. And how are we going to make sure that there's impact? How are we going to make sure that the communities are engaged? We got a hired a community organizer on the ground in Peru who worked with school children and empowered them to become their own reporters. So he set up a program where the children were encouraged anytime they came across tobacco products, which were next to kind of bubble gum and children's sweets and kind of chocolate, they were at kind of child height level. They were meant to take a picture of it and submit it to us. So we engaged and managed to kind of galvanize a lot of students to get out there and be part of the process and understand kind of the risks and understand what's happening. And as a result of this investigation, the kind of Peruvian congressional, there have been discussions at a kind of congressional level about the dangers of kind of tobacco and vaping for children. This is another story we did, which was set in North Carolina. And we focused on, again, it was with the Tobacco Project, and we looked at a kind of farm owned by the Senator Brent Jackson and the poor workers' rights on this farm. I think one of the statistics which I think is absolutely kind of horrendous and terrifying is that back in 1998, one of the farm workers suffered a stroke due to heat stroke so badly that he's still in a coma to this day, and the standards haven't really changed for the workers on the ground. So what we did is we tried to engage the community in this work. When we were doing the research, when we were looking at what's happening to these kind of the transient communities that are coming up often from Mexico to pick the tobacco at these farms. And when we were retelling the story, what we did is we created a comic, which I can show you here, and we published it in English and in Spanish. We really simplified it, and we kind of published it on WhatsApp groups, as we thought this would be a really direct way of targeting the communities affected. And we also kind of published it at one of the kind of newsletters that a lot of these kind of worker communities read. And the next investigation, which I'm going to talk about, is one that my team did. It's called The Spies Stalking British Justice. So we looked at, as I said earlier, we're looking at how the UK enables corruption. We looked specifically at hacking and the kind of global hack-for-hire industry. We found out that private investigators in the UK were often contracting their services to hacking groups, often in India, and they were finding this information on behalf of kleptocrats, on behalf of undemocratic states, and on behalf, a lot of the times we found out that the hacked material ended up in the UK courts and was used. I know in the US this would never happen, but it was classified as admissible evidence in our courts, which when we presented our findings, we went directly to politicians to kind of tell them what's happening. Even kind of very high-profile politicians who work in justice weren't even aware that you could, hacked material was admissible in court, in the UK courts. So that was a bit of information that we've really tried to push. And we got something that you can do in the is that you can get politicians to you can direct them towards questions that you want them to ask in our chamber. And we highlighted our findings and encouraged the politician to go and ask the Secretary of State for Justice, Dominic Raab, about this. And so you can bring it to the attention of the senior politicians that way through questions. And the UN have taken heed of this investigation into hacking into private investigators, into the invasion of privacy. And it looked like from our research that some of the hacking was being commissioned by the state of Qatar in advance of the World Cup. And the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders wrote directly to the Qatar government asking them about it, and they haven't yet responded, and we are waiting patiently for their response. I might skip this slide just because we're running a bit short of time. But one of the discussions that I would be really interested to chat to some of you about it after that we have is the difference between impact and activism. As journalists, we're obviously try very hard. It's arguably very difficult, but we're non-partisan. What we want is correct, solid, evidence-based information. And there's the question of whether if you're relaying this information, and if there's an end goal that you want from it, whether that leads to crosses the line into activism. And what we always say is that it's not about a solution. It's all about getting the information to people who need it so that they can make their solutions, their decisions on what the solution should be. So it's all about accurate information to the right people. So whether that's to the think tanks, whether that's to politicians, whether that's to campaigns, it's about passing the information over and briefing the right people. So types of impact. This isn't a fully comprehensive list, and again, I'd be very, very interested to know what you all think about the different types of impact. But for me, I'm going to talk about the first three because this is what, broadly speaking, my work focuses on. Number one is political impact. So I worked in Westminster before, so I understand how the UK systems work and the levers that you pull if you want action. If anyone is ever doing work in the UK and they want to talk about political impact in the UK, please do get in touch. So like I said earlier, we have questions. You can get someone to ask a question in the chamber. You can get them to do it to the different ministers. You can get written questions, and they can happen, you don't have to, there's certain times about the normal questions, but MPs can be submitting written questions off the back of your investigations. You can brief the politicians, you can email them and ask to meet to brief them. We have something called APPGs, which I think are a little bit like your caucuses, which is basically an all-party, so I know your caucuses aren't always cross-party, but there's a cross-party group of MPs who are interested in a certain subject, and they're a really good way of communicating your information to people who already care about the topic and are in a position that they can raise it at a higher level. We've started doing more legal impact. So we've got a story coming out, I think it's meant to come out on the 12th of June. It's a really good story, I'm quite excited about it. And to do this, when we've been investigating, we've been working alongside lawyers who are going to create a case on behalf of the investigation. And it's been a very symbiotic relationship. They need different information to us, and we've helped them get the information they need. So we're having a two-pronged approach, both through the media and through the courts. And another type of impact, which we do already, but we're trying to hopefully develop a more formalised way of doing it, is law enforcement impact, particularly with my topic of enablers. We need this information to go to the police, to go through our NCA, to go to our SFO, which is the Serious Fraud Organisation. And we're working with a think tank based in London who works in defence and who have all the correct contacts, who know how the different law enforcement agencies in the UK work. And then we're going to start briefing them directly. and then hopefully they can, if they think there's a case, they can pick up and kind of act off the back of our investigations.
Individual impact is not something we would tend to have as a specific goal, but it's often like a good byproduct of the work that we do, like the case of Peter getting his oven. You know, that wasn't obviously a specific goal that we had, but it came as a byproduct of the work that we're doing. Community impact is something we probably look at more often, so wanting the work that we do to improve people's lives on a daily basis, and you know, it might be that that's a geographic community, it might be a community of identity, it depends, but obviously we want to be able to kind of improve material conditions for people. Public awareness impact is also quite a big one, and we haven't really touched that much on all of our media partnerships, but we work collaboratively with lots of different media partners, from the biggest broadcasters in the UK to kind of hyper-local publications, diaspora media, etc. And when we make that decision about which partners we think we should be working with from a media perspective, you know, it might be that we're trying to get political impact, for example, in which case we might go through a newspaper that we know is going to influence a particular kind of political grouping, or we might go through a local paper where the politician that we're trying to affect, you know, where his constituent or her constituents are. That can sometimes work. But sometimes what we're going for is public awareness impact, so that's trying to shift attitudes or raise awareness of a particular issue. So that would kind of mean that we would take a different approach that might be more to do with reach or trying to identify where particular publics get their news or information. Okay, cheers. I'm going to touch really quickly on the Bureau Local's kind of non-editorial or kind of infrastructural work. Obviously, we talked a bit about actual stories, but we do quite a lot of work as well, just to kind of think about reimagining news and how news could be done better and differently. So this was a 4-month project that we ran just at the start of COVID. There were supposed to be lots of physical meetups, and obviously we had to switch to online, which was a shame. But the idea was thinking about, you know, local news is in trouble. How can we reimagine it so that it can survive, thrive, and also really serve underrepresented communities, or even communities that have been traditionally harmed by the media? We had several outputs from this piece of work. So we had an advisory group that we worked with of 12 people from different underrepresented groups around the UK, and they worked together with us to produce a research report, which showed, they went out and interviewed lots of different people each, and we compiled that into a report showing the kind of state of play with local news for underrepresented communities in the UK. But one standout example for me was in Dundee in Scotland. There was one Muslim woman who told us that she would rather that her community was not in the media at all. She said it was so harmful to be in the media that it felt safer just not to be present than to be represented on any level. And you know, that's a pretty depressing indictment of the news in many ways. We also produced a roadmap for local news collaborations, just to help support small news organisations and startups to work together to do collaborations themselves. And lastly, we co-created this manifesto for a People's Newsroom with the working group. So this really kind of encapsulates a lot of the principles that we work to and our partners at the Bureau Local work to. So I'll rattle through those. We will report on inequality and communities under pressure. Our journalism will be open, inclusive, and human-centred. We will co-create and share space, resources, and experience. We will use data and innovation to create accessible stories. We will choose stories that benefit from collaboration. We will tell stories that are systemic and challenge power. We will ensure that our journalism is useful to society. You'll notice the tagline on the top right is news you can use, so that was a phrase that we used quite a lot throughout. So all of our news had to be designed to be useful, useful tools for people to take on after the investigation was published. And we will bring our reporting back to communities and those in power to spark change.
So just talking a little bit, and at kind of the speed of light, because we want there to be time for questions, of the kind of non-editorial and infrastructural stuff that we do. So the two main things that I'm going to speak about is 1, APPG, and 2, SLAPs. APPGs, as I said, are all-party political groups. They're cross-party groups of engaged MPs. We're in the process of starting an investigative journalism APPG. So I've been in touch with all the main new investigative newsrooms in the UK to try and get them on board, and this is just going to be a kind of mechanism through which journalists, investigative journalists, can make sure that their information is getting to the people in power. who need to be well informed. We're also going to be potentially, anytime there's a threat, kind of an existential threat to journalism, that can be something that we discuss as well. So I'm really excited that we've got 2 MPs who are kind of keen to start it with us. An SNP, a Labour are going to be the chairs, and then we've got quite a few Tories as vice chairs. The other thing that I really want to quickly talk about is SLAPS, talking about the existential nature of journalism, and something that I know was mentioned in the first session. So we published a story about how former dictator of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, set up a fund through which money was channeled via the UK. We didn't say that there'd been any wrongdoing, but we just explained the kind of corporate structure which could have been abused for corruption. And we published this back in February 2022, and lo and behold, we're now being sued as a result of it, which is terrifying, and we're all scared that we're going to lose our jobs. However, off the back of this story, it's actually kind of a double-edged sword. There has been a benefit in that we have got really, really involved in the anti-SLAP community, the UK anti-SLAP coalition, and we've been lobbying. I know lobbying has a really negative connotations in the States, but it's not always bad in the UK. But we've been trying to encourage there to be legislative change off the back of it. So we managed to get a debate in Parliament about our lawsuit. We've held a variety of events for MPs and for journalists and for lawyers to all come together to talk about solutions. And I heard this morning that we are expecting there to be an amendment in one of our bills tomorrow announced by the government. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, probably too late for us, and we're going to have to kind of deal with the lawsuit. But for other journalists, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
And I'm just going to quickly touch on, so I'm running a pilot this year, which is on community-led investigation. So in many ways, that's what we do already at the Bureau Local, but this is trying to really kind of systematise doing this type of work and really making sure that we work with communities from the very, very beginning of each project. And I'm going to run through some of the stuff that I'm doing as part of that. This is the investigation we're working on at the moment, which we're really excited about. We haven't done much on environment and climate change in the UK team, and we really wanted to look at the impact of climate change in the UK, partly to change public awareness. So if there's a heat wave in the UK and you look at a newspaper, usually the picture on the front of the newspaper is lots of people lying on the beach having ice creams and looking really happy, because obviously heat is a bit of a novelty for us quite often. Nonetheless, it was 40 degrees in London last summer, and that doesn't normally happen, and our houses are not designed for it. So there are particular groups of people that are really kind of in danger because of this. People living in bad housing and housing that's particularly susceptible to heat, and also people with certain health conditions, so asthma, cardiac conditions, obviously other respiratory conditions, people with diabetes, older people, and so on. So with this investigation, it's very much on the intersection of environment, housing, and health inequality, and we're taking quite a practical approach. We're going to have monitors in people's houses that will monitor heat and humidity over the course of the summer, but it's also a participatory project. People will be journaling and doing interviews, and we'll be gathering their stories over the summer as well. We've very much intentionally been building a coalition of partners from the very start of the scoping process with this, and we ran quite a big heat inequality symposium about 6 months ago that we invited lots of different experts along to do lightning talks and so on. So we've got a lot of kind of movement and buy-in behind this, which I think when we get to the storytelling phase will be really, really powerful. And we're also hoping to do co-created data storytelling with the communities that have been involved, and also bring the data back to people about what's happening in their own homes so they can be informed and speak to their local authorities, landlords about it. So again, very happy to talk more about that one. The other bits and pieces we're doing, we'll have a second investigation taking off later in the year, and we're just deciding now which community to work with as part of that. We're also rebooting the Bureau Local network a little bit, because local journalism has been so decimated in the UK that some of the things that were working are now a struggle. So we're going back to kind of our network community and very much talking to them about what will be useful, how can we support you, how can we best work together, and maybe just kind of thinking a bit about how we tweak the way that we work so it's most useful for everyone. So I'll be working on that and really happy to talk to people working in similar spaces. And then lastly, we're looking at doing some kind of open data hub. So the idea is potentially to work with other media organisations across the UK that produce quite big data sets from their journalism, and have a central place where we can publish open source data, and members of the public and other people who want to make use of that data can access it in an accessible format. So that's a piece of work in progress.
So what next for on my side? We're hopefully going to organise an impact conference. So if you'd like to come, do get in touch. We have an impact Slack channel where we discuss tactics and what we're doing. And we do have impact meetups. If you'd like to attend, do drop me an email. And we, I think, have time for maybe a few questions. We've got 7 minutes left if anyone would like to ask a question. No? Okay, well, thank you very much. Oh, there was one, sorry. Oh.
Did we turn it?
There we go.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, sorry. Hello. I was curious, on the lines of impact, are there any particular tools or workflows or things that you do in order to track your impact of these stories?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we're in the process of improving our tracking because it's not perfect. But what I currently do is anytime there's kind of any impact, I make note of it. So anytime there's a question asked, we use kind of meltwater to analyse how many people are reaching our investigations. Anytime that we brief anyone, anytime that anyone kind of gets in touch, anytime that a campaign picks up on our facts and figures. So basically, there's not a very sophisticated way. It's literally anytime anyone does anything off the back of our investigation, we make note of it. I think with the community stuff, you sometimes go back and speak to the communities and work out if there's anything that's changed.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things I'd mention. One is that we do have an impact planning document that comes in quite early in the editorial process, and that will have a number of kind of questions that we will work through to see how we might work, what our impact goals are, how we might work towards those, so that's quite intentional quite early on in the investigation and doesn't just come in at the end as an add-on. And yeah, we also quite often have round tables with the communities that we work with afterwards, and ask them kind of what went well, what went badly, but also quite importantly what they want us to do next. And that quite often can sow the seed for our next investigation.
Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Glucose from Grist. Hi again. So this was amazing, by the way, just really inspiring. I had a question because you mentioned you worked with the Daily Mirror on one of the stories, and I don't know UK media that well, but in thinking about the kind of outlets we partner with, I don't think we would ever consider working with a tabloid, just because, I don't know, we have certain unspoken rules about the kind of outlets we would work with. So can you talk a little bit about that decision?
Yeah, I could talk about that. I mean, the UK media landscape is quite idiosyncratic. The Daily Mirror is a tabloid, but it is kind of broadly a left-of-centre liberal tabloid.
But equally, we absolutely don't only publish with the kind of left of centre. We try and get the information to the people who need it, and if we want someone to take notice of it, we will play into the dialogue that they're already discussing. I've got a specific example, but I don't want to give it now because of the nature of it, but if we chat after. But we're delighted to get any information out depending on the certain groups, and if anything, if there's a certain prejudice with a certain group, left or right, and you want to challenge that prejudice, we think it's quite good not just to be kind of preaching to the choir, but to go with a kind of newspaper that has an opposing point of view.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but also I think that we have to be really conscious of which media are like harming communities that we might be working with, and some of the UK tabloids very much do that. So I think there's often quite tough ethical and pragmatic decisions to be made. But yeah, in the case of the Daily Mirror, so they have a columnist that does quite a lot of work around poverty and insecure employment and so on, and she has a team of people that she works with, and we worked specifically with those people, and they got this call out to a far wider audience than we would have got otherwise, and that yielded like a lot more kind of ideas and a lot more people coming forward. So yeah, it was kind of quite a practical decision.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not asking really about ideological differences. It's more about like the quality, like the kind of places that are doing good journalism.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Mickey, and I'm the publisher of Minnesota Women's Press, and we're based in Minneapolis, and I've been trying for a couple of years to get funding towards covering transforming justice in the state. And I'm curious, since how you get funding, and then also since you're doing community-based journalism and not necessarily just paid reporters, do you pay them, and how do you work with your community sources?
Yeah, I mean, lots of good questions there. Funding-wise, so the Bureau gets most of its money from kind of grant and foundation funding. Some of those foundations are people that do traditionally support journalism, but some of them are people that don't, and that see that some of this work is kind of infrastructural and to do with information and kind of serving needs as much as kind of traditional journalism per se. So I guess we're kind of a mix of different types of foundations we tend to get our money from. Sorry, what was the second question? About
community.
It's on a case-by-case basis, so it depends kind of what we're doing and how. In the case of the Heaton investigation we're working on, for example, we're providing people with kind of retail vouchers in exchange for taking part in the scheme that are reasonably substantial, so that people can kind of get something for their work. Yeah, it is quite case-by-case. There's been a little bit of resistance. Sometimes I think there are some schools of journalism where people are worried that paying people changes their agenda or something like that. I don't tend to fall on that side. I think that value in people's time is important. But yeah, what we tend to do is have a conversation on a case-by-case basis for each investigation and work out like the fairest way of doing things. And that will sometimes, we might be working with a network or a community that has representatives, and we might discuss that with the community representatives as well and kind of work out the best and most kind of thoughtful way of doing things. And sorry, the last question was about community?
It's okay. I think you answered it, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay, cool.
I know she's hovering over there.
So we're good. No, thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Lucy, so much. Okay. And also, again, thank you to George Washington University and the School of Media and Public Affairs for hosting us in their Crossfire Auditorium, which is how I will remember it from now on. Okay, so we're going upstairs for the rest of the day. Let me give you a couple things where you stand up. At 2 p.m., there's 2 sessions, and at 3 p.m., there's 2 sessions for you to choose from upstairs. And there should be plenty of space upstairs for everybody. So at 2 p.m. right now, 10 minutes, you can choose between problem solving for project managers or the toolkit about topical journalism collaborations. Then by 3, switch, and then the next sessions are collaboration policies for your news organizations or using AI to improve your collaboration workflows. So those are the options for the afternoon. We will wrap up by 4. The party tonight is at the Hive, the Hotel Hive. We're going to be on the rooftop with INN, which is like, we were like, oh, the weather is going to be great, and now there's an air quality alert, and it's yucky outside. It's actually really bad in New York. I don't know if anyone's been following that, but north of here it's getting bad. So if we do have a backup plan, if for some reason the air quality gets super bad during the rooftop, they said they can move us inside. But party, 6 to 8, heavy hors d'oeuvres, and beer and wine. So we really hope to see you there and enjoy the workshops.
Stephanie, just mention
one more thing.
The elevator to the 3rd floor, because it says 306, but just mention the
Oh, yeah. 3rd floor. Yeah, take the elevator to the 3rd floor, Sarah says. The bank's
It's super clear about where they are.
Yeah, the bank of elevators over there. And then before you leave later, make sure to put your vision on the vision board so we can complete that. So thank you all. We'll see you upstairs.
You do local because that's where you can actually make change. The chance that you're going to change the world, however you want to measure that, is relatively low. At a local level, it's much easier to feed people. It's much easier to ask people what they need. It's much easier to provide information for people, find it, hand deliver it